Test.
Right.
Good morning, everybody. I make it 10 o'clock now, which means it's time for us to start week 2 of the inquiry. I've received a number of documents since we were last together in Letchworth, all of which can be added to the core documents library. The ones that I've received, so that everybody's aware of what's come in, are a composite drainage layout, technical note on the cable route between the site and the substation, the revised sweat path plan, a further document setting out revised possible conditions, accompanied by a plan showing skylark plots. I think that's fine. I think the only one missing, as far as I'm aware, that's is the document that was handed in hard copy, showing the initial version of the revised conditions. I think for completeness, that should be added to the core documents library as well, so that we've got a trail of how things were updated. In terms of the technical note, which we had some discussion about at the end of last week about how that would be dealt with, that's obviously now come in from the applicants. So I think it now passes, Ms Daly, to you for comments, and I'd just like an indication of when you'd be able to get something in, because I'm mindful of allowing sufficient time for Jog to deal with it before we wind things up.
Yes, so that's straightforward because the council doesn't have any comments on the document. It's content that the matters raised in terms of variations to conditions are satisfactory.
Thank you, Ms Daly. So, Mr Harding, I take it you've received the technical note.
Do you mean by that, so the revised conditions?
No.
There's
a separate document which I think was circulated to all the main parties. It's the document, it arose out of the discussion between concern as a result of the evidence given by Mr Kendall and also Dr Tilford last week concerning how the work would be done on the cable route between the site and the substation. And there appeared to be some discrepancies last week, and clarification was sought, and that was what led to the technical note being produced. Right. And I said I wanted to make sure that everybody, the other two parties, had the opportunity to comment on that.
Yeah. I'm not aware that I've seen it or clocked it. Who was it sent by? It would be sent by the applicant, by Ms Stones.
Yes, it was sent.
Right.
So it was sent to Alison Dyson with UCC'd yesterday at 5:19.
So I didn't catch that.
Sent yesterday via the case officer at 5:19, so 17:19.
Oh, 17:19. Yes. Via Alison Dyson.
No,
yes.
It was sent to Alison Dyson, but you copied in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you should have got it directly, Mr Harding.
Right. Okay. That's fine. We can look at that then. Yeah.
Just bearing in mind, Mr Harding, what we've got to come this week, I'd really like to hear anything from Jog before we go back to conditions.
Sure. Yeah.
But obviously that's got to be realistic, because when the initial timetable was drawn up, we weren't expecting this document. Obviously at the moment you're not aware of it. So as things stand, I was intending to come back to conditions tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
So,
well, we can look at it. We can certainly look at it overnight and confirm in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be clear for the conditions discussion.
The way I want to deal with this as things stand is by way of written representations. That's how the applicants dealt with it.
Right. Okay.
And I'd be grateful for a similar response. I'd like to see exactly what Jog's position is in writing.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks. Thank you. I'll check obviously first thing tomorrow where we're up to on that. Next, just a word about the site visits scheduled for Thursday. And I asked if some further thought could be given to those, bearing in mind the my wish to see some of the viewpoints further afield that weren't on the initial itinerary. Has some work been done on that? Or
Yes.
yeah, good.
Can I just say, sir, actually, I'm on now. Particularly the Offaly A&OB one. I went out there this Sunday in the rain, as it happened, with the person that took the picture, and I'd been before and looked from the bridge, but I just want to be precise about this. The picture was, he explained, was not taken from the bridge, but taken from a footpath next to the bridge. But it was on the wrong side of the bridge. So strictly speaking, outside the A&OB. So I don't want to, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to suggest it's something it isn't, having established that. And I'm prepared, given that I can see the line is the road. This is on the right-hand side of the road. And as you go down the footpath, there's some trees that go to your left, and that's why you don't get the view from the bridge itself. So I'm just making clear that it is outside the A&OB and will withdraw it if that is appropriate. Because strictly speaking, it's not quite where we thought it was, within a few yards.
Okay, Mr. Harding, thanks for making that clear.
Yeah.
From what you say, is it close to the A1B boundary?
Well, it's very close. Yeah,
Well,
it's within. It's. But
let's leave it in, and I can see when I'm on site.
yeah,
It
but
can be
can
pointed
I
out where the boundary is.
Can I just throw one other factor in, because I do not want to be vilified when we get there. This footpath, when the picture was taken, was fine, but it's now become significantly overgrown, I have to say. So I did go down it, and in a pair of shorts, and came out as if I'd been in a war zone with brambles. So I'm just being open and honest with you that it is. You definitely get a view, but I'm not sure how strongly I could recommend it to you.
Okay, Mr. Harding, thanks again for that.
Okay.
It's useful to be forewarned about what we might expect.
Indeed.
Thank you. Then you go.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Well,
Mr. Hardy, I presume from the previous occasion that the applicant's coordinating the site visit itinerary. Obviously, running that past the other two main parties.
So we've got an email which can come in now. We'll circulate that to the case officer.
I was going to ask for
Yes.
an indication of when it might
Yeah,
be
we've been
available.
working on that.
So sometime today we can.
It can go this morning. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
yeah, can I input into that then before that
Absolutely.
goes? We'll have a chat maybe at coffee
Absolutely.
on that. Yeah, because so I think you indicated you would like to see it actually around the Priory grounds and things like that. So I've arranged one or two things like that, which I can go through with Mr. Hardy.
Yes, and
Yeah.
obviously you want an indication of timing for that. Yeah, so
it would be
anyway,
ideal. Yeah.
Have a word with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
applicant's team
Okay, that's fine.
before that comes in.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Thank you. And then you should have received from the case officer an updated version of the inquiry timetable, which effectively all it does is set out what actually happened last week, so that we've all got a point of reference. And this week, I think, was essentially unchanged from the first version, because at the end on Friday we were where we intended to be. However, there is just one thing I want to run past parties, particularly past the applicant, because of the way things actually developed last week. I'm thinking particularly of transport and flood risk, which in effect became mini topics where that hadn't originally been the case when the timetable was drafted. We've no, as things stand, we've got Mr. Hoyle before ecology, whereas I think in the normal course of events, it would set out with the intention of having more topics than version 1 of the inquiry envisaged. It may well have been that Mr. Hoyle came afterwards, subject to availability. And I just wondered, Mr. Hardy, whether you were going to ask for Mr. Hoyle to appear after the ecology topic or not.
I'm not, because we've prepared on the basis of the timetable, and that's what I'd like to stick to. But what I could do, I suppose, is just reserve. I don't think we'll need to do this, but just reserve the right. If there was anything I needed to call Mr. Hoyle back on, then I might do that. I'm not expecting to.
No, I wouldn't be particularly keen on that.
Well, in which case, we prepared on the basis of the timetable.
Yes.
We'll stick with what we've,
Yes.
with what we've got. I would have to make an application at the time if I
Yes.
felt it was necessary to recall on those two. But it wouldn't be on anything else. It would be on those two specific topics. But I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else, Mr. Hardy, to raise?
No, thank you.
What about you, Mr. Ellie?
Yes, I've got 4 points, sir.
All right.
The first is last week you asked about Great Wymondley and whether or not it was washed over by the green belt.
Yes, it wasn't clear.
And the answer is yes, it is
I thought
washed
it
over by
might
the
be,
green
but-
belt. Yeah,
Yes. So the green belt extends right across Great Wymondley,
yes,
and I think Little Wymondley is different. I don't think it does.
yes, that's right. It is different.
Good. Thanks for the clarification on that.
The second point is this, during the conditions session last week, a point was raised about whether or not the council consults members of the public in relation to the discharge of conditions. And the answer is generally no, but having regard to the involvement of JOG in this inquiry, the council is prepared to consult with JOG or the parish council, whichever JOG would prefer, in relation to any conditions that they are particularly concerned about. So I've spoken to Mr. Harding this morning and asked him to say which of the conditions he wishes or his group wishes to be consulted upon. And then the council will put that on file and make sure that that occurs.
Right. That would be a consultation with JOG.
Yes, or the parish council.
Well, JOG
but-
embraces the parish council and the
others.
village association. So that,
The council's perfectly happy
Yes.
to consult with JOG.
yes.
And then the third and fourth points are actually just documents that I'm going to ask Mr. Robinson to hand up. Both the applicant and JOG have seen them this morning.
Yes.
The first is a note that explains the, sir, you'll recall you asked about the other solar farm application that's yet to be determined south of Little Wymondley.
Yes, this was a result of something that JOG had mentioned. I
Yes,
think.
it's
Yes.
a A4, one side of
Thank
A4
you.
that provides a plan showing where that is and just sets out the basic facts around that application.
So it's 35 rather than, yeah, so it's slightly smaller.
Smaller, it's a smaller site, yeah.
Yes,
And then the second document is
thank you.
a response from Hertfordshire Ecology from last Friday. So the applicant put forward a biodiversity net gain assessment based on metric 4. Given that at the time of the committee hearing, the council had assessed the application based on a prior version of the metric. Just for completeness, the council reconsulted Hertfordshire Ecology and the response came in last Friday, which, as you'll see in the first bullet point under the title Summary of Advice, there has been no material change in our advice from that set out in the previous letter of the 6th of May 2022. So I'm just handing it up for the sake of completeness, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And those are my 4 points.
I'm just looking at the first document concerning the proposed solar farm, and I think, as I was told last week, it's a proposal that's still under consideration with the and what this says is possibility of it being considered by the council in November.
Yes, that's right.
So in fact, that's just given me the current position on that. Thank you.
And so can I take it that those two documents can be added to the
Oh, yeah.
core document library?
Yes, yes. Mr. Harding, is there anything that Job would like to raise before we go to evidence?
Only a couple of small bits of housekeeping. Was the recording taken that can be shared of the proceedings when we were in the committee room?
No, well, my understanding was that
No.
the reason we came back here was because this is the room that has the opportunity to live stream and to record. Those facilities
Right.
weren't available.
There was
next door.
nothing in it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. We just got some people who are hanging on every word, so they're interested to know if they had to miss that day. Okay. And the other point was on the closing speeches. Do you require those in written form, sort of at the point or of giving them, or before, or how what's the procedure and what's the order for that?
Yes, good
process?
point, Mr. Harding. Thank you. Yes, just as with the opening statements from the three main parties, I would like to receive closing submissions in writing, please. And helpful if they could be submitted also electronically as a Word document. And that would go to the case officer, Alison Dyson. Good. If there's nothing else, it's your next witness, Mr. Hardy, which, according to the
And
timetable,
that is
we're
Mr.
working to is
Kernan.
Mr. Kernan.
Yes, it is. Do you want to go and make your way to the table, Mr. Kernan? Good. If your set core documents are down in the boxes to your side. So in the normal way to introduce you, there is a curriculum vitae, which is in your appendices, and it is at appendix KCC1. For those looking at the hard copy documents, that's CD 170. And the first document, that sets out your specialisms, a synopsis of your career and your qualifications, which we can see: Bachelor of Science degree, Rural Land Management, University of Reading, Diploma of Membership of the Royal Agricultural College, MRAC, Professional Member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. And then your specialisms: assessing the impacts of development proposals on agricultural land and rural businesses, agricultural building and dwelling assessments, equestrian building and dwelling assessments, farm and estate diversification and development, inputs to environmental impact assessment, and then expert assessment work. Other professional activities: co-opted member of the Royal Practice Divisional Council of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, members of the RICS Planning Practice Skills Panel, member of the RICS Environmental Law and Appraisals Practice Panel, fellow of the British Institute of Agricultural Consultants, Secretary of the Rural Planning Division of the British Institute of Agricultural Consultants, Vice Chairman of the British Institute of Agricultural Consultants, and then Chairman of the British Institute of Agricultural Consultants. Is that all true and correct?
Yes, that's all true and correct.
Thank you very much. There is then a very long list of the inquiries and hearings that you've given evidence at. That can be taken as read, but we can see a number of solar farms and renewable energy developments in that. Now you have a summary proof, you have a main proof. The drill has been to read the summary proof, in your case, very short, and then we're going to have some supplementary matters. So those are the hard copy documents. It's core document 168. I'm going to ask you to read that single page summary, please.
The proposal relates to the installation for a temporary period of a solar farm. On decommissioning, the land would be left as it is now. The site comprises generally clayey soils with varying amounts of generally calcareous stone. The site is a mixture of agricultural land classification grade 2 and subgrade 3A, and is therefore of the best and most versatile quality. The proposed development is recommended for approval by the local planning authority. There is agreement that panels and the related fixed infrastructure can be installed and subsequently removed without causing downgrading of the land quality or any permanent sealing over of agricultural land. The agricultural land classification resource, in this case grade 2 and 3A best and most versatile land, is not affected or lost. Recent development management decisions have confirmed that there is no planning policy reason to refuse development because of the reduced flexibility of the land for food production during the operation phase. That notwithstanding, the council has accorded moderate weight to the reduced food production consequence. In my view, only limited weight should be accorded to food production issues as a matter of principle and as a matter of analysis of harm. Firstly, there is no planning policy to require land to be used for food production. Secondly, there is no food security crisis or concern. Thirdly, government funds arable land conversions to grassland and is clearly not seeking increased food production. Fourthly, the actual implications are minuscule, 120 tonnes per annum from a national production of about 24 million tonnes of cereals. And fifthly, there will be benefits in terms of carbon sequestration, organic matter, reduced erosion, reduced compaction, and improved biodiversity. Overall, no more than limited weight should be accorded to these matters. There are no agricultural reasons to refuse the proposed development.
Thank you very much. Admirably short as a summary proof. Mr. Kernan, some supplementary matters, if we may. There are some members of the public here, so perhaps some of these questions are fairly basic, but I'd like to just go through them anyway. First of those, what is BMV and how rare is it? If you wanted to have an anchor point in your proof, then paragraph 2.2 is a good place to look. And also in your appendices, I think if we were to go to KCC2. So what is BMV? How rare is it?
So the agricultural land classification system was devised in the 1970s. It was amended once because they had initially had 5 grades, then they subdivided grade 3, which was the most sort of numerate, into 3A, 3B and 3C. Then in 1988, and this is important so because some of the original plans relate to the original system. In 1988, they revised the methodology. So all classifications before that were out of date. They had a different methodology. That divided land into 5 main grades, with grade 3 subdivided into subgrades of 3A and 3B. Originally, when I started, 36 years ago, I think, they decided that best and most versatile was grades 1 and 2, and in areas where there was no grades 1 and 2, 3A could be best and most versatile. And then from 1992, they have defined best and most versatile as grades 1, 2 and 3A. The agricultural land classification system is quite complicated, so it requires you to take out a soil auger and auger down. Usually you're taking about 10 to 15 centimetres, depending on your auger and depending on how dry it is. And you basically take a core out down to, if you can get there, 1.2 metres, which is the maximum depth they've ever found roots. And you're looking at the soil texture, recording the texture and the depth that that's found at, and you're looking for factors such as where mottles come in. So mottles are where the water table tends to sit for long periods of time. So you get these locus mottles, and they determine things like wetness class. So it's quite a slow process of collecting the data. Then you have to go back and work through on each point whether there are you do a droughtiness calculation, you do a wetness calculation, you look at the climate data, which comes from a particular set. So you've got the same climate data. And eventually, in most cases, you end up with table 6, where you're looking at the wetness class, the field capacity period, and the soil type. And then that determines the grade. So it's, in terms of progress, it's sort of 10 to 12 hectares a day in total, 20 in the field and a day to analyze it. In terms of the second question, which was how prevalent is it? It's not really a rare resource at all. Natural England, sir, in my appendix 2, which is their technical information note 42.
That's KCC, that's your appendix KCC 8.
KCC 2 is natural.
KCC 2, yeah.
Yes, and they estimate, sir, that about 21% of agricultural land is estimated as grades 1 and 2, and a further 21% as subgrades 3A. So in terms of proportion, 42% of agricultural land across the country is expected to be of best and most versatile.
I'm glad those figures marry up, because I was in your KCC 8. That's the analysis of food security, and it's your paragraph 8. So that's internal page 72 of that document, yes, where it says exactly that. Natural England estimate that 42% of agricultural land is BMV. That's ALC grades 1, 2, and 3A. And that equates to 3.74 million hectares or 9.24 million acres.
Yes, so that's there actually will be more best and most versatile than that. That figure is taking the actively used agricultural area, which national statistics produce once a year, which is always about 8.8, 8.9, doesn't vary very much, it's just where they round it. Hectares actively used, there's obviously best and most versatile land that is horse grazing and other land which isn't actively used. So that's actively used. We know there's 3.7 million hectares of BMV.
Okay. What's the quality then of the local area?
The quality you can only ever, I'm afraid, sort of estimate, sir, because as I was explaining with the system, to know what the actual quality is, you have to go out with the soil auger, and at progress of 10 hectares a day, it would take a long time to cover the country. So it's based on available information. At insert 1, sir, on page 7 of my evidence of the main text, which is CD 169. That shows an extract from the 1 to 1/4 million provisional agricultural land classification. So when I started, I said in the 1970s, they developed this system. That's when they produced these maps. So the whole system has been changed since then. So they always had a great big health warning that you shouldn't use them for site specific, but they're the best. But in fact, they're the only data we've got that shows an attempt at indicating where grading is. I think Mr. Robinson has put in the whole of the eastern region as his appendix. What you see is coming north of London, there's quite a bit of grade 3, and then really from this site pretty well up to York, there's a big band which is shown as lots of grade 2 and some grade 3 mixed with it, and then you get a lot of grade 1 around the wash. So it's shown as a mixture of potentially grade 2 and 3 undifferentiated on the provisional maps. What Natural England produced, the rather gaudy, hideous plan at the bottom of that page, sir, was Natural England's colour chart for plans which estimate the likely percentage of land that's going to be of best and most versatile. And they've only got 3 categories, so it's quite a crude analysis, but this area falls into the category where they would expect more than 60% of the land will be of best and most versatile, which is that purple colour.
When you say this area, Mr. Kern, you mean the area where the application site is, because there's a different colour below it, isn't there?
Yes, sir. So broadly, I've put a circle around where the application site
Yes.
is, and then going further to the south, yes, it goes then into the
Is
moderate
that the moderate?
likelihood.
Is that the same to the east as well?
To the immediate,
To the east of
yes,
Gravely?
yes, that then shows a mixture of high and moderate.
Right. So if that gives a moderate likelihood of BMV land, that means that it could possibly be below 3A. There could be, there's a high likelihood that there will be grades below 3A in those areas.
Yes, what that's saying is that somewhere between 20 and 60% of every auger point you put down is expected to be best and most versatile.
Yes.
So there is a higher percentage that's not likely to be. But
Yes.
What we've tended to find on sites, sir, is you end up with you don't just suddenly go there and you get great big patches of lower quality. What you tend to have is a real mixture of different grades. So you might find that you're getting more 3B patches coming in, but you're still getting lots of best and most versatile 2 and grade 3A. So it gets a little bit more sort of rippled. There's not many patches in the country, certainly on this eastern side, that you can go and say we're expecting to find poorer quality. I mean, get to where I live in, it's just clays on Swindon. There's predicted that's poorer quality. There's a big area near Aylesbury, but most of the country, it's quite hard to miss best and most versatile, particularly if you think, so 42% is the estimated average across the country. If you then take out the big clay areas, the Aylesbury Vale, all of the Pennines, the Lake District, the Dartmoor, Exmoor, Thetford, all of those areas which are poorer, then statistically you get a significantly higher proportion in those areas that are generally farmed. And certainly this eastern side of the country is generally much higher than quite a high proportion, so very much higher than 42%.
Okay, so detailed ALC then. So referring to the quality and soil type of the site. So you start with your paragraph 3.3. I think they run 3.3 to 3.8. So do you want to just talk through that?
Yes, so a gentleman called Richard Stock did the agricultural land classification. I've used him on sites and worked with him in the past, so he's a qualified and capable surveyor. He has graded the land, as you'll see on insert 3, a subgrade 3A and an area of grade 2. I think in his report he has identified that there's 1 or 2 spots of 3B and 1 or 2 spots of grade 2 that he's found. But when you are producing a map, the soil surveyors take a realistic approach. If you get, rather than having a sort of zebra pattern, you knock out occasional ones and go with the overall. So that's how he's graded it. So the whole site is best and most versatile, as shown on that map. I think what I then went, because obviously I came along after the agricultural land classification. So I went out shortly before harvest when it was actually backbreaking to dig because it was quite dry. But what I've shown there from those soils there is the sort of clayey nature of the soils and the stony nature of the soils. So
we've moved on to page 9, have we?
yes, sir. So those are the photographs.
Yeah.
And I've put those in, and you can see on photograph 5 the great crack in the clay. That's where it's had dried out before August rains.
Was that you out with a spade then, Mr. Cohen? Was that your?
These photographs of me out with the spade, yes.
Yes.
It's I think it's important to show photographs like that, sir, because very often when you talk about BMV, people just imagine this sort of peat coloured road up ready for potatoes. I mean, because it is so common, basically ordinary soils that you see farmed all over the country are very often of best and most versatile. And these soils here are because of their stones, not really suited to root cropping because you get damage to your carrots or anything else. So then they're clay soils. So this is cereal land, oilseed rape break crops, field beans, etc. You could do some stubble turnips, which are basically those that you feed sheep off that grow up above the surface, that sort of thing. But it's not root crop country. This is
I was going to ask about that because your paragraph 3.9 onwards talks about the current farm uses. So you probably covered that. Is there anything else you want to?
No, I spoke to the contractors. They've just done cereals and break crops across it. So it's, as you see, it was all wheat this year.
Okay. All right. So that's the site itself. Planning policy we're going to deal with through Mr. Hoyle, but in case of each of the consultants, you've got to be aware of the development plan policy and national policy framework that you're working in. So what does the development plan require in this case?
That basically defers to the national guidance. So I've got the development plan, November 2022 policy NE12.
I think you deal with that at paragraph 2.19.
Yes,
So
sir.
2.19 of your proof, that's internal page 6.
I didn't note which criterion it is, but I've quoted there. It's proposals for solar farms involving best and most fertile agricultural land will be determined in accordance with the national policy. So effectively pass that over to the MPPF and other documents of relevance.
And perhaps, Mr. Hardy, while we're at page 6 of paragraph 2.19, should just update on the status of the local plan, which is referred to in the proof as the emerging local plan.
Sorry, do you want me to up?
No, I think we should just note, because the proof says it's emerging.
Emerging, yes, just that it's being that it's corrected, that it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can just strike out the word emerging, probably. That's the quickest way of
Yes.
dealing
Yeah.
with that. So if you just take out emerging from 219, Mr. Kernan. So reference then to national guidance. It does that in a number of ways. The plan, we've looked at that in relation to Greenbelt, which does a similar thing. So national guidance, then, I think you deal with this 2.14 to 2.17. Tell us what national guidance says.
Yes, 2.12 needs updating as well, sir, because that's talks about the MPPF 2021. Obviously now we're 2023, but it hasn't changed anything else other than the date. Yes, the NPPF just requires that the economic and other benefits of best and most versatile land are recognised. So it doesn't really put any kind of prohibition on it. Paragraph 175 is the one that tends to get referenced in development management. It's actually a plan making paragraph, so it's very clear. It says in plan making. And footnote 58 to that talks about where significant development of agricultural land is necessary. Areas of poorer quality land should be referred to those of a higher quality. So that is relevant, but I stress, so that is the plan making paragraph. In terms of what is significant, has been debated many a time, the threshold for consultation with Natural England is where there's going to be a loss of, so I've emphasised that, a loss of 20 hectares or more. Natural England commentaries on solar farms very recently have been saying we don't consider there's going to be a loss of more than 20 hectares, so they've not given particular comments. So the site can be much bigger because they're focusing on that loss of that resource. The loss isn't defined in the development management procedure document, but it is in, for example, the IEMA guides. They produced a new perspective last year that sets out methodology for environmental assessments, and they're very clear that it's permanent, irreversible loss. I mean, they talk about sealing. I would always call it
You do with that at your
but they talk about sealing or permanent downgrading. So they're definitely talking about where the resource has gone and isn't coming back.
Right. So let's just read that. So 215, that's the IEMA guide 22 from 2022. permanent irreversible loss of one or more soil functions or soil volumes, including permanent sealing or land quality downgrading. So the question was, is there going to be loss or downgrading in this case?
So there won't be loss or downgrading in this case. The installation of the panels is now widely recognised as not adversely affecting land quality. The panel legs or piles, whichever you want to call them, but the panel legs are lightweight. They don't have a very big sort of cross section, and those are knocked in mechanically. So the soil is pushed to one side. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just pushed to one side in the same way as if you were knocking in a fencing stake, the soil pushes to one side. Those legs go in and those legs come out without needing to dig up the soil. So they're basically pushed in and pulled out. So that doesn't alter the soil resource. There are smaller areas within every solar farm where there is some physical disturbance to the soils, particularly trenching. So wherever there is cable connections to run from the solar arrays or the lines of solar panels back to the I call them inverters, the transformers, the sort of shipping containers where they change the current. I'm not an electrician, but it's basically DC, AC, all of that bit.
Yeah, switch.
Where it connects to those, obviously there is a trench goes in, but we've been putting in field drainage and other services underground for many years. So the topsoil is taken off that process and put to one side. The subsoil is then taken out and put to the other side of the trench. If I don't think it's the case here, but in some cases you get brown clays turned to grey clays, then the digger driver would put the brown clays and the grey clays in a different pile. The cable is put in, the subsoil goes back in the same order, and then the topsoil goes on top. In the middle of that process, you often see people putting forward photographs. It looks like a terrible mess making of this solar farm, but actually you have to look, and there's usually a trench of sort of 30 to 60 centimeters wide. That's the only bit that's disturbed. The rest is just the soil on the side waiting to go back, and then it settles down and there's no impact on the grade.
I see. And would you expect the same procedure to be followed? The trenches dug for archaeological
I was
purposes.
about to ask that. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all right, because so in this case, last week we had the archaeology evidence, and one of the concerns that was raised by JOG, actually it was in relation to drainage, but nevertheless it opened up debate about the what are acknowledged to be fairly extensive trowel trenches. So have you had a chance to look at that? There was set out, the method statement for the trowel trenching was set out in the written scheme of investigation, the WSI for archaeology. So have you had a chance to look at that? Can you answer the inspector's question in relation to that?
Yes, sir. I had a look at that. As I read it, they're talking about quite an extensive coverage, but they're talking about using a 1.8 meter wide bucket, doing a single movement. It won't be one bucket, because they'll just dig it back for anything up to, I think it said 50 meters in length. My reading of the WSI, it said that they will go down to the first natural horizon or the subsoil. So I think where I've seen lots of archaeological digs on land and it's gone back and there's been absolutely no problem. So that, I mean, there shouldn't be a problem at all, but they will normally take off the topsoil on the basis that that's been ploughed, etc. So any archaeology in that is disturbed. And then they're looking for patterns, usually in the sort of upper subsoil, because then they're looking to see where humans have been.
Yeah.
I noted in there they talked about maximum trenches of 1.2 meters, but I think as I read it, that was a methodology statement in case they ever need it. I've never seen an archaeological dig where they've gone further than the topsoil, because once you've taken that off, you can see there's very unlikely to be archaeology that you can't see at that stage that's buried deep in the clay.
So it's a maximum of 1.2 meters.
That was my reading of
but
it,
in
yes.
practice, what you're saying is you don't think they'll go down that far. But irrespective of that, within your discipline, what they talk about then is backfilling, and they say that it won't be any specialist type of restoration. It'll just be a contracted job. How does that, or does that impact on soils in your field?
It impacts on soils because you've moved them, but if you put the topsoil to one side, and I mean, physically the topsoil you take off from this bit you put next to it, so the same topsoil will come back at the end, and the same with the subsoil, you will put that to the other side, so it's exactly the same position. So if they do need to dig down into the subsoil and they put it back, it will then settle down. It's the same soil, the same profile, and it doesn't change the land quality. So you can sometimes see where they were. Occasionally you can see them in the crops for usually a sort of a season or so. It depends on whether it's wet or dry, etc. Because obviously when you disturb particularly the subsoils, it slightly changes the drainage pattern. But that clays, for example, going in lumps if you take them out in the middle of summer, but as soon as you've had a winter, they've all settled back, and you could take the same topsoil off and you wouldn't be able to see where they dug it up. It just goes back very quickly. So it doesn't change the land quality, and it doesn't affect the sort of soil capabilities or the soil qualities.
As soon as I asked that question, I thought I wasn't being funny when I said to your field. I didn't mean your physical field. I meant your sphere of professional operation. In terms of tracks, what about those?
Yes, the normal process in terms of tracks for solar farms is they're a linear feature. The topsoil is taken off, and it depends on the site, but usually that's stored in a long bund just to the side of it. Occasionally there is a more central storage area, but most put that topsoil, which is just a small pile, just alongside the track. And the track then is constructed, usually with a matting at the bottom, and then your hard base is put on. At the end of that period, the stone and the hard base is taken away, the matting is removed. Usually you would go along then with a mechanical machine, sort of a subsoiler or light subsoiler, and just loosen the upper subsoil that was below the track, and then you put the soil back, and it's the same soil to the side. So it's restored and it goes back to the same quality. And there's temporary tracks for access to pipelines, access whenever they're restringing overhead power lines, for example. They put temporary tracks out to get vehicles there. So it's common practice, and we're not seeing great tracts of land that have been despoiled or downgraded. So it's perfectly achievable. And the same goes for the bases for the shipping containers, the substations, etc. They're just a different shape, but you put the soil either centrally or next to them.
Just for the sake of completeness, the final part of the scheme in the no dig areas, we had a look at some sample solar panels which had been mounted on concrete skids, so running perpendicular to the panels. And I just want to ask, in terms of potential compaction issues or restoration, do you have any comment on that?
Yes, I think that's actually might even be there is a photograph. My photograph 10, so on page 23, has a no dig panel. I don't know whether that's the same as the one you're looking at, but basically
we put in a photograph. It was just it was a commercial site. It was an operator. The inspector was wanting just to see an example of that, but it was a concrete skid resting on the without being
that one's just sort of stone gabion and it just sits on the top.
Right.
The underneath the stone there will be some compaction, which is going to be easily alleviated at the end. I mean, it's the same as if you parked a tractor there and left it for a long period of time. It's no different really in weight or anything else. So the soil will settle, but it won't. They're not going to sink in. They sit on the surface, so the soil structure holds it perfectly well. So it's not going to cause any kind of long-term compaction that will affect the land quality. I mean, I think I would just comment that the sort of process of installing solar panels generally has got much smaller machinery involved than modern agricultural machinery. So the weight isn't really a problem. I saw them loading straw bales onto an Arctics in the middle of a field the other day from a big pile. So, you know, there's big vehicles drive around on soil. You just need to pick the right times when it's firm enough to take the weight.
So just a couple of follow-up questions in relation to that. Have you seen the conditions? One of the additional elements of protection that we have added in over the weekend is a soil management plan. So as part of the construction management plan, there's an additional requirement to produce a soil management plan as part of the SEMP. Can you just ask, in terms of your experience of dealing with solar farms, is that usual or unusual? And can you give a comment on their effectivity?
Soil management plans are regularly required by way of condition, and in the various nationally significant infrastructure projects, we're providing them in outline stage up front. So they are an appropriate condition, I would say, sir. I think I actually say somewhere in my evidence I'm suggesting one to cover both the construction and the decommissioning period.
I was going to come on to decommissioning separately.
So they're not particularly complicated documents. The key thing with soils is basically just to, so far as is practical, British weather being what it is to handle those soils when they're suitably dry. And it's right for the operator, it's best for the soils, because if you handle the soils when they're suitably dry, it's easy, they recover. And it's easy for the operators, so they're not getting vehicles stuck and all the rest of it. There are times when that isn't possible and the soil looks unsightly, but it is always, always easily recovered. I mean, you look at Glastonbury on a wet year and it looks like a terrible mess, and that's a dairy farm again the next year. So, you know, where you've taken maize off and other crops in the autumn, you can see tractors. I grew up in North Lincolnshire. The pea harvesters sometimes were sort of 2-foot ruts through the fields, which, you know, they had to get the peas off in that 12-hour slot to get them to bird's eye. So the soil can be recovered. So a soil management plan just sets out those principles so that it minimises the damage. And if there is inevitably small areas that do get affected, those can be restored and recovered quickly.
So that's something we've added in as some extra protection. The second of those questions then related to decommissioning. I think there's concern that's been raised by JOG about, well, decommissioning a long time in the future, no real track record of decommissioning solar farms. How do we know that the site isn't going to be damaged? So I just want you to give your professional view on that. So with what's being put on the site and a decommissioning plan, what is your evidence about restoration and the quality of what you would get back?
I agree that there aren't areas that we can go to which have been large areas of panels which have been removed. There are smaller areas where panels have been removed, but I've not got any photographs of where I've seen that happening. But the process of disassembling the solar farm is effectively just a reverse. So the first point will be to disconnect all of the panels. Then those panels will be physically unbolted. They're relatively light panels that they will go onto a trailer and be taken off site. The framework will then be unbolted. And again, those will go onto a trailer and off site. And generally that machinery is smaller than most farm tractors driving up and down. The removal of the legs, they have been removed, and I've still not actually been there because they very often, these sites do small trial tests, but obviously they're only left in for a few weeks rather than for the long period. But they're doing that to see, you know, timing wise and everything else, the actual installation process. But the expectation is that they will, once this starts happening on a big scale, they'll have a similar machine which basically will have tracks so that it spreads the load, and it will then connect to the leg, and then it will have some kind of pneumatic system. It may jog it sideways first just to break it, because you get that sort of stickiness between the soil and the leg, in the same way as if you've ever tried to pull out a fence post or something. Very often you just give it a rock around just to break that seal, and then they should just pull out. The slight difference will be, and that's why tracks will be important, is that obviously the machine's tracks are going to push down while it's pulling the energy to pulling it up, which is not quite the same as knocking it in. But the soil, there will be a hole. Whether that hole lasts for days or weeks just depends really on where the water table is. But a hole in a field will restore usually in the first winter afterwards. Again, it depends on soils. A horse galloping across a pasture in sort of January or February most years, you wouldn't be able to tell by March where they'd been. But if it didn't rain from February till April, you don't want to watch where you drop your ankle. But then it rains, those soils just swell and it seals up again. So the taking out of the leg isn't going to affect the soil quality underneath.
So
Kernan, you mentioned that there have been trials where legs have been in for a fairly short period of time, but here we're looking at legs that would be in for 40 years.
Yes, sir.
If they've been in for that length of time with the weight of the framework and the panel on top, is that likely to require quite a bit of effort and movement to extract the legs?
I don't think so, sir. What I was saying, we've not got evidence yet of it being done on a big scale, because I don't think anyone's yet decommissioned a solar farm on that scale. But in terms of your first point there, in terms of the weight, sir, that won't, the legs are driven down to a depth which I think varies on the soil qualities, but that's mainly, as I understand it, because they've got to be deep enough so you don't get the wind rock, because obviously the panels don't want to be blowing in the wind, and therefore the holes opening up so everything comes loose. So they're driven down to a depth that means you don't get any of that rock. So you're not getting a hole around the legs. The weight at that depth isn't, I mean, the weight from the panels then is going to be whatever these are, 1.2, 1.5 meter depth legs, and any weight from those is down in the clay right down there, and that's not going to cause any impact on agricultural land quality, because it's below the depth that you would look at for the ALC process anyway, and all the weights of the panels is just on those legs. So the only impact on the soils here is where the leg is. So once you've stripped off all of the panels, you're just left then with the lines of legs. There's nothing that I can see to suggest that those are going to corrode. In fact, they won't corrode, because the whole point of the panels is that you don't get legs that go weak. So those legs will have a sort of slight bit of surface tension, which is why I say I think they may give them a rock or a pull, but they're not going to have changed the soil quality around it, whether they're there for 2 years or 40 years. Once they're driven in, once you take them out, it will be the same process. It's not going to change year on year. There's no deterioration in terms of soil quality because the legs have been in for 2 years or 40 years. It's the same process, and they should come out easily. And then you've got the field just as it looks now.
We've got some ecology evidence coming later today and tomorrow. But just asking you then, whether that's physical composition, whether that's chemical composition, in 40 years' time, when this comes to be decommissioned, let's just be clear, in your view, would there be loss or adverse change to the BMV that exists today?
There would not, no. The agricultural land classification, if we were still on exactly the same methodology, would come back exactly as it is now. There will be those small areas of tracks, etc., which you probably wouldn't want to do an ALC on for 2 or 3 years till everything's settled, and then done properly. Those will be exactly the same quality. In terms of the soil, as distinct from the agricultural land classification. So looking at soil as a resource, that will be in a better state because it'll have had 40 years of pasture, which is good for organic matter, good for the biological activity in it, and there will be benefits. I mean, farmers used to do a rotation with a year or two of grass in a rotation, and always the best crops were the year after they ploughed up the grass. So it's good for the soils, and since we've had major horsepower, we've tended to deplete our soil resource quality because tractors are so big, and we've just done continuous arable. So there will be benefits for the soil.
All right. Well, that's quite clear in terms of degradation. So let's turn to another potential argument, and that's food supply, food security, food production. So the council's view in relation to these issues, I think Mr. Robinson gives his evidence. What's your understanding of the council's position?
As I understand the council's position, they recognise that we're not losing the resource, so there isn't a loss of best and most fertile. They recognise and agree that it can be farmed. I think that seems to be common evidence between everybody in terms of sheep. There may be other small animals, but sheep's the typical one. And they've recognised the soil benefits, but the council's analysis has put food security as an important consideration and argued it that therefore it should be given moderate weight. I think my view is that's more weight than we should give to food security, given its sort of policy position. Well, there isn't a policy for food production, so I don't so it should be given more than limited weight. So
all right, well, let's just look at that a little bit. Section 6 of your proof, internal page 19, where you set out the this issue, food security. Do you want to just tell us, give us the headlines from your experience?
yes, in terms of policy, so we don't have any policy that requires agricultural land to be used for food production. There is a planning situation if you change the use from agricultural, but that's a down and country planning development management tool. That's not saying that the land has to be used for agriculture. There is no requirement and there's no financial incentive to grow crops on agricultural land. So the fact you've got a farm, you're not required to grow wheat or grass or anything else. You can do with that land what you like. The government pays farmers to do effectively non-agricultural biodiversity benefits to agricultural land. So you can get quite a significant payment, for example, under countryside stewardship, to put arable land to grassland on a 5-year agreement. And I mean, they're paying, I think it's £329 a hectare on a 5-year agreement. So that's clearly a financial recognition that that's beneficial. So there isn't a policy on it. There was it's been fascinating sort of 15 months. So since Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, and food prices started going up, there has been a lot of discussion about food security. And it's clearly changed. Prior to that, arable farmers were the bad boys and we wanted more biodiversity. And there's been this sort of sweep of public opinion. But government was very clear just before Christmas, and I put the press release in this evidence. The National Farmers Union, Minette Batters, had been on the radio a lot talking about food crisis, etc. The government put out a press release that followed on from their food security report, which was very clear that they don't consider there is a food crisis, and they don't consider there's a food security problem in this country. And I've given you, sir, in appendices, lots of
You do. I think there's
statistics.
a number of documents, but 6.28 is the press release from DEFRA. So that's internal page 22.
Yes, and I've given you the whole of that in my appendix 9. So,
Yes. So, I mean, this comes, you say it's been an interesting 15 months. Members of the public, they will have heard Liz Truss and various other politicians talk about loss of productive agricultural land to solar farms, and we don't want to carpet bomb the landscape, all of that sort of language. In terms of the policy position and where we are, what is that? Has there been a change?
There hasn't been a change, no. The only hint about anything was in, I think it was just before Christmas, they put out some proposed changes for consultation to the NPPF. And there was a paragraph that talked about food production. It wasn't a policy change, it just said it was a consideration, but that hasn't gone beyond that consultation draft, and it didn't come forward in the changes to the NPPF that came out 2 weeks ago now, is it?
Yeah, September the 5th.
Yeah. So that hasn't found its way into the NPPF, and that was only guidance anyway. It wasn't a policy. There's been no change in terms of the sustainable farming incentive, which is coming forward, which isn't about food production. It's about all the other mainly biodiversity benefits. So no, there hasn't been a change of government position or policy.
Okay, so on a local level then, is food production harmed? You deal with this in paragraph 6.14 onwards of your proof. That's internal page 20. Tell us the budget book. It's 618 and 619. You give us by way of kind of relativity the total tonnage of wheat production. Do you want to just explain that?
So what I did in that exercise, I think it's widely accepted that if we're going to get anywhere close to look to the others for the figures, but I think it's 70 gigawatts or something of solar and wind that we need to provide, there is going to be a need to use farmland. So what seems appropriate as the assessment isn't to say what is the reduction in production if you stop growing wheat on this field. It's to say, if you were selectively picking poorer quality land to higher quality land, it's that differential, because you're still going to be using farmland, and most 3B is probably arable anyway. So what we took was in fact, the new one's just come out. It's got the same figures. I got it on my desk yesterday. It's the Y College originally. It's their little farm management pocketbook. And that has high yields of 10 tonnes to the hectare and average yields of 8.6 tonnes to the hectare. The national average last year was 8.6 tonnes. So that's where those figures have probably come from. But what that would suggest is that if this farm was achieving 10 tonnes and you moved the site to 3B land, which was achieving 8.6 tonnes, and it's 1.4 tonnes per hectare.
The difference is 1.4 tonnes per hectare. You set that out in the first sentence of paragraph 618. So that's
and that over this site is 119, 120 tonnes. So it's not a large volume.
Right. So if you move between average and high yielding crops at 1.4 tonnes per hectare, the difference would be 119 tonnes if you went to 3B.
Yes. So if you pick this proposal up and put it on 3B,
yes,
your food implication is 119 tonnes.
So you put that in the context
then, and that's if you're growing wheat every year. And if you're taking a longer term cycle, it'll be slightly less tonnes because you're likely to have barley in there and a oilseed rape, etc. So that's, if you like, the worst case, because it's picked the highest yielding cereal crop.
Yeah. Okay. So if you take worst case wheat, 119 tonnes, and then you put that in the context of national production, it's your paragraph 6.19. So you just explain that.
Yeah, so the last summer, the UK produced 24 million tonnes of cereals. That was, of which wheat was 15.5 million tonnes. So that just shows the sort of national context, and also, quite interestingly, the swing in terms of cropping, because it was up 8.5% on the previous year. So that shows the influence of weather, etc. is quite significant year to year.
So just bringing those points together, is there an argument that the scheme is contrary to policy in relation to impacts on food production, food security, food crisis, however you want to term that, that particular problem. In your view, is it contrary to policy or not?
There isn't a policy to require the land to be farmed, so it's definitely not contrary to policy. And in terms of the production statistics, so in one of those appendices, I've provided you with lots of the graphs. I mean, physically, it's insignificant compared to what we produce in this country.
Okay.
But the key thing is there's no policy saying you have to farm the land. They could put all this over to a biodiversity mix under stewardship tomorrow and get paid for it. So you know, they're not required by policy or practice to farm the land.
Okay. We'll start with the council's position. Have you had a look at what Mr. Griffiths had to say for JOG?
Yes, I did.
What how do you want to respond to what he had to say? I think his concerns, paragraph 39 of his proof, I think was talking about the land not being farmed or not being productive. What's your comment on that?
Yes. So I've got paragraph 39 of CD 181.
That's it.
Yeah. Just so Mr. Griffiths states in his last two, or his penultimate sentence, that at the point of decommissioning, the site would no longer be suitable for the growing of high value crops. I completely disagree with that, sir. In terms of physical boundaries, once the site's been decommissioned, the legs have all been removed. There's no physical reason why you can't grow high value crops. In terms of the land quality, it will be the same, although that land classification system may have changed, but the land quality won't have changed. In terms of the soils, they'll be in a much better position for growing high value crops if that's what is deemed the suitable way to farm the land in 40 years' time. Well, I say high value crops, it will still be cereals. There's no, the soils will be better, but they won't have enabled you to start growing potatoes or anything else. It's still going to have the same amount of stone, etc. So the soils will just be in a much better state. And as I say, very often after a lay period, that's when you get your best cereal crop, so that you'll get good production at the end of that.
So at the end of paragraph 39, what Mr. Griffiths says, 40 years beyond a generation at the point of decommissioning, the site would no longer be suitable for the growing of high value crops. Other presentations to this inquiry will show how it will be difficult to restore the productivity of the soils after 40 years. Really two questions. Have you seen any evidence in this case, those other presentations or otherwise, which would convince you that actually you wouldn't be able to use this in 40 years for high value crops?
No, I haven't. I see no reason why you can't.
Are you aware of any evidence, not just in this inquiry, but any evidence in your technical sector to suggest that in 40 years' time, you would not be able to use this site for the growing of high value crops?
No, I've seen no evidence or suggestions to that effect. So I'd say the soils are going to be in a better condition.
Good. Right. Those are my questions in terms of evidence in chief. Is there anything that you want to add to that you feel I've missed?
No, I don't think so.
Good. That's evidence in chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harding, it's over to you for questions. I'll probably be looking for a convenient point to take a break at some point.
Before I start, or
No, make a start,
no,
please,
okay.
Mr. Harding.
I'll probably not be too long. So to the beginning. Right. Okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Kernan.
Morning.
And I must say, initially I was particularly welcoming to know there can be a chartered surveyor, another chartered surveyor in the room today. I've been in a sea of planners for the last week, so although maybe my enthusiasm was tempered a little by some of your evidence, but I guess it's not surprising. But anyway, there we are. Welcome. If I could start with this the land quality point. In fact, it picks up something you were just saying towards the end there about the difference in yield, etc. You as well, but if you go to your plan, I just want to, if you go to insert number 1, 3, it's interesting that I would just want to understand why on that little plan we have the parts to the north of Gravely Road appears to be substantially the grade 2 land, and with a little bit to the south of grade 2, but the rest being grade 3. But your closer analysis has actually got quite a bit of grade 3A land to the top northern part. Is that because these overall plans are just more generic, and then you've done a detailed analysis, or has something changed on the land?
So I'm clear, you're looking at insert 3.
1
Oh.
and insert 3, the difference between the two.
Right. Insert 1 is the 1 to 1/4 million provisional agricultural land classification. Those are the ones which Natural England did in the 1970s. They didn't differentiate between subgrades, which is why grade 3 is all green. They were used for strategic planning purposes, not site-specific purposes. There was varying amounts of field survey. Mostly they used soil mapping, which was done at different levels by soil survey over the years. Some places very high level, some places more detailed. So they're never to be used for site-specific. They were for strategic planning purposes. And technical information note, which I've got as my appendix 2, makes it very clear in there that they're not to be used for site-specific. So if you want to know what it is on an individual site, you've got to go out and do an auger survey. So insert 1 is of quite limited help, but I always put it in because it's all we've got. We haven't got any other plans that show any kind of estimate. Insert 3 was Richard Stock's survey results. So he then went out with an auger. So that's his report, was one of the application plans. One of the application documents. I've partially reproduced it in my appendix KCC 4. So I've given you the text in there. The bits I didn't put in were all the different charts of criteria, which I think was appendix H to the original planning statement. But that I've only reproduced you the text. So that appendix, so that's page 33 of my appendices, bottom number, is the same plan, which I've then just taken a scan of and put in as insert 3. So that's Richard Stock. He's gone approximately every 100 meters, augured it, gone back, graded it. And what you tend to do with, you'll see he's got a plan that precedes that in his appendix, which got all these dots all over it, so which shows the points where he's done the auger surveys. What he'll tend to do is work out each individual one, color those up, and then try and make sense in terms of a mapping plan. So that's so his is the only one that can tell you the land quality.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That said, just sticking with insert 1, and clearly, give or take, the slight changes to north and south of the site. Clearly, within the area of Hitchin, Letchworth, Stevenage circuit there, this area around Great Warmley is the only grade 2 land classification. I appreciate what you're saying about the differences in the BMV land and 3C, etc. But would you agree that it is at best unfortunate that in our area where grade 2 is clearly not in any way predominant, that this solar farm is having to use that land?
Yeah, so those plans would suggest that you're going to find some good quality land in that area, and that's why they've gone out and done an agricultural land classification. I think in terms of the saying that grade 2 is not common, bear in mind my insert 1 there is a very localized area, really, just between those 3 towns. So across the district, I think I think I did work it out. I think it's 53%. If you estimated the proportion of 3A to 3B that's going to be of BMV, it's not rare across North Herts district. It's just you look at that particular plan, you're right, that's the only bit that shows as blue.
Yeah.
Can I just be clear, Mr. Kern? What is it you're saying that's not rare? BMV altogether or grade 2?
Grade 2 is part of BMV.
I know.
Grade, what I'm saying is if you look at Hertfordshire or you looked at North Herts District Council, then grade 2, and we can only estimate grade 3A is not rare. I think the statistics I've got for North Herts District has got, I haven't put this in, I could give you the figures if you like, sir, from the math analysis from those provisional maps with all the health warnings are, but they had 26.2% of land as grade 2, 64.9% as undifferentiated grade 3, 0.7% as grade 4. They've got no grades 1 and grades 5, and then they have I'll give them together. They've got 8.2% of non-agricultural or urban land. So grades 2 and undifferentiated grade 3 is all principally that's mapped in North Herts District.
Yeah.
I can provide those figures after if you like, and from the original source.
But that depends on what the inspector thinks. It might be helpful, so if to come in.
I'm content for those to come in as long as we know where they're
source.
taken from. So it's
Yeah.
the same source as for insert 1. And
It's-
it relates to the area of North Herts District Council.
Yes, sir. There's with all these things, there's slight health warnings because MAF did that quite a long time ago, and
I know. Yes.
district boundaries all change, etc. But at the time they did that, they did it for North Herts District based on insert 1. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think just to finish on that point, then the BMV definition it's around best, around quality, but it's also about versatility. And the point about versatility is that grade 2 is, I think in your definitions, more versatile than grade 3A. And in fact, we've seen that in the past on this land, that it was used for soft fruit and peas and things like that, not always for that, particularly north of Gravely Road, not always for cereal crops. So it's just you don't seem to be making the distinction between the versatility that we may need in the future, because you can't presumably judge what you may need in 40 years' time or within that period. Do you think the versatility loss is unfortunate?
I think one of the reasons I went out with the spade was to to look at the soils myself. The grade 2 and 3A definitions I've put into the evidence, it does talk about versatility, but there is some grade 2 which is better yielding, but not necessarily more versatile. So from my reading of Mr. Stock's evidence, the principal factor here, the soils are all pretty similar. The slight differences in the amount of sand that comes into the loam, so slight how heavy the texture is. There is also some differences with the calcareous state. So effectively you get bits of lime in there which help stopping clay particles forming in a big lump. So you get a little bit of, it's where they lime some of this land occasionally. If you can get that calcareous element into it, it just means that they don't clump together so much. Doesn't though mean then you can then put in root crops. I'm sure you can grow peas because again they're surface grown. I'm sure you can grow trees because they're surface grown. It's the root crops. I think there wouldn't be any difference between the two.
Okay. If we can just go to your national policy statement page, it's page 4, and I think on that same point at 2.8, and you would presumably, though, with what you said, you would agree that where possible, the use of non-agricultural land should be used, and where it is necessary, use the poorer quality land should be preferred to higher quality. Presumably, although you're justifying the use of the higher quality, you're not disputing that basic statement.
No, I think agricultural land policy has been similar for a long time. There are nuances to that in terms of the national policy statements, which have said it shouldn't be predominating factor, but that sort of general preference to poorer quality where there's an option has been long-standing government policy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hardy took you to the subject of these trenches, and I must admit the other day we were not given by Miss Roy the impression that they would not be dug down to, I think she said they'd be dug down to 1.2 meters, hand dug down to 1.5 as appropriate, and then only stopped above that if some fines were located, that they would then basically stop digging and cover back up again. And so it would be, there's quite a lot here about not overly disturbing the soil. This will be pretty significant trenching ahead of the works starting on site. So are you really comfortable with that degree of trenching? I think I calculate it, I don't know, because I think there is 200 of these trenches. So that's 10 kilometers of trench digging to be undertaken on the site. My calculations are correct.
Was it 50 by
50 by 200.
2 meters by 50 broadly.
Well, 50
Oh,
meters long,
yeah.
but and there's 200 of them.
So each trench, if it was 2 meters wide, I think there was 1.8 would be 100 square meters. So and every hectare is 10,000 square meters, isn't it? So just putting it in context. Okay, in terms of the effect of the dig, I've not seen archaeological digs go down there, but obviously if that's what they need to do, they need to dig down to that depth. It should not, done well, downgrade the soil, because if they take the topsoil off, and there's quite a clear colour difference with topsoils, and it's pretty well all topsoils in arable lands are about 30 centimetres of topsoil, and then you start coming into the upper subsoil. If that's taken off and stored to one side, and then the subsoil is taken out and stored separately so that you don't mix them, and then is put back, then the soil resource goes back in the same way. You sometimes get with archaeology a little bit of, particularly if it's clays, because it's gone in, comes out in lumps when you do it dry, takes a bit of while to settle, but that all just settles down. And the topsoil is on the top, so the profile goes back, so it shouldn't cause any downgrading of the land. I say that you want to do it in the right conditions, not in the wet, but it shouldn't cause any downgrading of the land through having to do the dig. Just a sort of point about agricultural land classification, I mean, it's done on a 100-metre grid with a small auger, so the chances of finding, if it's 100 square meters in every 10,000, the chances of the surveyor putting his auger in over where the archaeological trench had been anyway is pretty slight. And in those couple of years after you've done the archaeological dig, when you're just letting all those soils settle down, if you were doing an agricultural land classification and you saw it had been recently disturbed, because it might have been field drainage, for example, and that goes in, or all sorts of other reasons, then you would just move your auger to the side and look in where it hadn't been. But we put in pipelines all across the country, and the soils go back on the top, and you can't tell, so it won't change the land quality.
Okay. You just mentioned drainage there. When we have had the expert on flooding and drainage, we talked to him about the land drains and the impact of the likelihood that either the posts or this archaeological trenching will impact the land drains. Now, I think in your evidence 2.10, drainage and watercourses, it says noted that given the temporary nature of solar PV farm sites should be configured to minimize impacts on existing drainage systems. It is pretty likely that it's acknowledged that quite a lot of land drains could be damaged. There was suggested an upside of that in that the water will travel to Priory Lane less quickly, but equally, if it doesn't do that, it'll potentially sit on the ground and create some boggy areas. But what is your feeling about the impact on the drainage systems?
I think I asked and couldn't be provided with plans for the drainage. So
no, I think it's still a bit old for that.
Yeah, so I think that the information I could get was that there might be some areas that are drained, but there's certainly not any known widely or recently installed drainage system. So there may be some old ones. It's clay soils, so drainage systems in clay subsoils aren't very effective because water doesn't easily go down or sideways. So they're not the best soils for putting in old drainage. So so first point is
Okay.
I'm not aware of any details where there is old drainage systems that are, and they're certainly not being maintained to the best of my knowledge. If there were some, there is the potential that you might break a pipe by putting in a solar leg. So there may be one or two spots that get a localized effect, but those would be picked up at the end if they'd cause or could be sorted if there's a problem. But generally, the water just gets stuck at that point, finds its way and carries on down the drain on the other side of the leg.
Right. Okay. So moving to paragraph 2.13, that was your paragraph, which refers to paragraph 175 and footnote 58. This you described as the plan making paragraph. Now, as you are probably aware, one of the issues we've got to deal with here is we don't have the local authorities do not have a plan. So when they talk about allocating land with the least environmental effect, that's what they should do, but they don't have a plan. And again, it's saying there where significant development of agricultural land is demonstrated to be necessary, areas of poorer quality land should be preferred to those of higher quality. So again, is that a statement you would agree with, and one that you regret that we're not able to comply with?
I think there's different aspects to that. The paragraph from the MPPF clearly starts plans should : so it's directed at local authorities. And I mean, in my professional career, I know that paragraph is usually used where you're looking at housing schemes, for example, around towns, and that is one of a multitude of considerations that gets balanced up. So that's putting the onus on the local authority to identify where the poorer quality land is. In terms of the significant development, we're not, in terms of what policy is trying to prevent, is that loss of the land quality resource.
Yeah.
So the actual land use doesn't change the land classification. So if you've got a farmer who just leaves the land and it's a weedy mess, it would still grade as the same quality. It's not, you can't change the quality just by changing the management. The land quality, that resource, therefore, isn't going to change under here. So effectively, it's just a land use change. So I don't think that footnote really binds anyway.
Okay. If I can move on now to just a question about the farm and its viability. I'm not sure if you're aware of the extent of the Priory Farm holding as a total, but it's if you take, it is on a plan somewhere, but if you take this land, it's basically over half. I think I would say it's over half, and it's broadly a square that goes around Great Wymley and down to the other side of Priory Lane as well. And the farm buildings are by the Priory. What is your view as an agricultural your advice to farmers? Is it still a viable farm at sort of let's say less than half of what it is now, when half is down to solar, and what will be the impact on the manager, the use of the farm buildings, etc.?
It's arable land and it's crop for cereals. There are
the most of the rest is arable. There is some cattle grazing areas.
The holding of that size wouldn't make a living for you as an arable farm. The margins are just far too small. So it wouldn't be, as an arable farm, it wouldn't be viable at that kind of scale. You need to be very much larger now to make a living as an arable farmer. And the land.
Yeah. So I should say this is
no. Hang on,
sorry,
Charlie.
yeah.
Are you talking about the reduced size that Mr. Harding put to you?
I was talking about the whole size.
The whole size.
Yeah,
right.
because it's what we're. If this is half, we're what, 84 hectares. That's 160 hectares. So that's 450 acres. I mean, you need a lot more than that to make a living as an arable farmer, because the margins are very small.
So I probably should have said that this is this farm is part of wider holdings across Hertfordshire, but there's no other land immediately around the Wymley area. So I'm looking at it the wider farm family own more land, but this is a contiguous farm in itself. I don't know if that helps. Yeah.
Yes, I think I've understood. So if you were just looking at this as that holding, it wouldn't be viable in the normal sense of providing somebody with a full-time job and a living as it stands. You'd need to be much larger. It's farmed by contractors and has been for number of years, as I understand, having spoken to the landowner and the contractor. So it's not going to make a viable farm unviable, if that's where you're going
Right.
with your question. In terms of the use of the buildings, I didn't go down to those buildings. Whether the crops are stored there and whether there's a reduced amount of storage, I couldn't answer that one, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, we will actually be walking by those buildings tomorrow, and it's just a concern I have that, as you well know, a lot of farm buildings change to other uses, and there's one already in another use down there, and it's right very much in the setting of the Grade 1 listed priory, and I'm just conscious that we may be aware that we could be impacting on the use of those buildings as well.
But you're saying there's half the land will still be
Half the land
farm,
will
so
still
there'll
be
still be a need for those buildings, I would
Right.
imagine, but I haven't been to look at them.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Harding, would this
Right.
be a convenient place just to
Eh,
take a break?
Yeah, that's fine. I've not got too much more to go, I don't think, but a break would be fine, sir. Thank you.
Right. We'll do that. We'll adjourn now and resume, please, at 10 to 12. We'll resume as soon as Mr. Hardy appears. Speak of the devil. Time to resume the inquiry. Mr. Harding, continue. Oh, sorry,
There's
Mr.
just
Harding.
one matter if I could raise now.
Yes.
And it's in relation to ecology.
Yes.
And that is in the evidence from Mrs. Hamilton, there are some documents which are referenced in footnotes, including some hyperlinks at the bottom of the page.
I was going to mention that because I don't have the documents.
No, exactly. And I
And
don't
hyperlinks can change.
exactly. And nor is it fair actually to have evidence which isn't properly before the inquiry, both for Mr. Fern or indeed for you. So what I'm going to propose is that Mr. Fern emails copies of those to the council program office, I think, and I'm going to ask that they be printed off. And if you do that, if I get that in train now, then hopefully over lunch they'll be done. So we've got Mr. Hoyle to go, but I'd like those documents to be before the inquiry in full.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that all right?
It
Yeah,
is,
thank you.
yes. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Harding. Mr. Harding, back to you.
Really, I think only a couple of points to go. There's been quite a lot of talk at various times about the continuing use in some form of agricultural use with the grazing of sheep. Can you give us any guidance on how many sheep we should be putting on this land and the sort of number of weeks and how the grazing would operate from your experience?
In respect of guidance, I wouldn't give guidance. I think there's a huge amount of flexibility depending on what system you want to do. So there are sheep in the area. I noticed that there were sheep to the fields immediately to the south of the site when I was driving up today. So there will be people with, if the sheep there at this time of year, there's people with breeding flocks in the area. And with the panel air, sorry, my microphone coming in and out, was it?
Yeah, you're there.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the panel areas, they're well fenced. So the sheep are secure once they're in that site. So you could rotate a breeding flock around, or you could bring in fattening sheep and therefore at higher concentrations numbers wise for shorter periods of time. You could put overwintering sheep in there that come down from the hills, etc. So there's a wide range of different sheep enterprises that you could do. So that's why I say I wouldn't put on guidance, because it's a, you know, farming sheep is a commercial enterprise, so you need to decide which one you want to operate. In terms though of the stocking levels, a couple of farmers I've talked to who are farming sheep under them have basically said that they get a stocking that's similar to organic grassland, which is, I mean, it is going to be organic grassland. So it is a lesser stocking density than you might find if you were farming it on land that you put a bit of fertilizer on, but it's not greatly reduced in terms of sort of overall capabilities for production.
Right, not greatly reduced from organic. Okay, and I mean we've this is not evidential, if you like, but there's always a lot on the television and this sort of thing, and various programs that talk about the problems sheep farmers, shepherds have in and indeed their dogs in collecting the sheep up, rounding them up. Have you any experience from your plants or whatever with the success or otherwise of trying to round sheep up amongst 32,000 posts?
I haven't done it myself. So again, this is conversations from the talking to those who are managing them. But the one of the biggest problems with sheep is they get out. They're not going to do that here because there's secure fencing around all the panels that's maintained and there's cameras and things. So you've probably got the most secure grazing areas. that you've got. If I took you to my photographs, sir, so in my main text, photograph would be 11. So on page 23, you found that there's 4 photographs. So the top right, I've just taken you to that photograph because we as humans walk into a field of solar panels and think, well, you can't see anything. How on earth can you actually get the sheep? But if you drop on your knees, which is what I did when I took that photograph, you're then at a sheep eye level and a dog eye level, and you can actually see a long way across the panels. So the management of the sheep is different. It absolutely needs a good dogs, because you can't hoon around on a quad bike in the same way as you could on an ordinary field. So it depends upon having good sheepdogs to bring them in. But as long as you then put in some hurdles, so sort of like metal gates that you can make a collecting compound near the gateway, you can round them all up in the same way as you would across an ordinary grassland field, or you would if you're bringing them off the fells, etc. Round them up, and then you can do any shearing, dagging, foot trimming, or put them in trailers and move them elsewhere. So it is perfectly possible, and it's being done regularly across the country. I say the key thing is if you drop your knees, it looks like a field to the sheep and the dogs, so it's not that much different.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. One other question that again we discussed the other day was an interest in your views, agricultural point of view, is the what comes first, the chicken or the egg? In that we read the importance of getting the grass lays down and settled for drainage and flooding purposes, and presumably also agricultural purposes. And so does the grass go down first, or do the panels go in first? And then have you got bare earth and you put the grass down? And if the grass then goes down, how long does that require to mature? And what's been your experience on that on other sites, and the order of activity?
I don't think that the order of activity is critical. I think if the timing was such and you had a preference, you'd probably put the grass seed down, say the autumn before you start work, just because it's a lot easier, and the grass gives an element of holding the land together when you're driving across it with vehicles, but it's not critical. So if you put it down before or you put it down afterwards, it's really just the ease you've got for spreading the seed. In terms of putting on the sheep, obviously the grass then needs to have been established long enough that and the conditions need to be right for when you put on the sheep. So if you sowed in the autumn and then you had a wet spring, you might not want to put the sheep on straight away because the root network's a bit thin and sheep have got small little hooves which chop it up. But if you had a dry spring and it was hard, it would be perfectly stable to put them on. So it's a very long answer, but
Yeah,
there's so many different variables, but it doesn't really matter.
so, but your idea would probably be the archaeological work, then the grass, then the post would be the best route. Yeah, potentially.
Well, it seems to me that if you've got the grass down, it's just easier for the
Yeah.
operators because it's they put it in before they put the post in, but it really doesn't matter. And in terms of the archaeology, I mean that presumably will take place before any posts go in anyway, and I guess it doesn't matter whether the grass has been sown or not. They'll have to re-sow if it has been sown. Have to re-sow over the areas that they've looked at the trenching.
Okay, that's fine. So I think my final point really were just to refer you to another inspector's decisions where we're talking about under the food security areas, and your point 6 is sort of food crisis, and I would just refer to I think it's CD 188, where the inspector in that particular case, and that is Swadlincote in Derbyshire, concluded that in acknowledging that the main issues were
Sorry, bear with me.
Yeah.
Having set this up to go for CD 188.
yeah, you've got it.
No, I haven't, because
No,
that's
you
just dropped me out. I've got the decision, I think, now.
Okay.
I'll go forward. Is this appeal decision 3313316? Lullington.
It is, yes, Darlington, yeah. So under point 20, and I'll just only pick a couple of points up, as more you could, but it is in acknowledging that the main issues was food security as identified by DEFRA are climate change and soil degradation. This only serves to emphasise the importance of maintaining high quality agricultural land where this is found in food production. Now that statement seems just somewhat at odds with what you've been saying about the importance that the government holds with maintaining its arable land that is in food production.
It does, and it was an interesting decision. I think the inspectors got the wrong emphasis on that one. You'll have seen the appeal decision that is in my appendices from the Leeming Bar, the Scruton Solar one. There was I had one in well, there've been lots of appeal decisions where the food security issue has not been given the importance that the inspector gave it in this case. I think that I think it's very clear to me that there is no policy on food production, so it's not a policy reason. The issues identified about climate change and soil degradation are not policy reasons to say that we should be preserving our better quality land for food. It seems to me it's a commentary about what's happening with climate change, etc. And this is really for you, sir, as the inspector, to do that balancing. But there are lots of reasons why climate change needs to be addressed if we believe the information we're being told, and land may change with climate change. And it strikes me that probably the best balance from my personal point of view, but not as agricultural evidence, is that we try and get a grip on the climate change first and foremost. So that decision is different to a number of others and has put more weight on the food security.
Yeah, I think I just want to draw to your attention that there are differing views from the ones that you expressed earlier, and of course that goes on to state in 22 on that same page the loss of just under 50%. So this was not wholly B&B land, even in definitely, and is a significant negative aspect of the appeal proposal, which weighs heavily against the development. Now, I know you'll not agree with every inspector, but I just think it's important to understand the balance of decisions. And as you rightly say, it's for our inspector to make his own conclusions.
Yes, sir, and yeah. I would refer you, sir, to the decision that I've appended as my appendix, appendix 6, because that was a hearing, but it only had land quality and food production were the only issues at that hearing. So that we had a full day on it, and that inspector's given a very clear steer as how they saw the situation.
And I think on that point, that concludes my questions, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mr. Kernan, I want to start just by asking you to try and explain what would actually be happening on the site in terms of agriculture. I've received in various places a number of different photographs of what a site with solar panels may look like. I'm looking at the moment at your page 23, which you took us to a few moments ago. But I've also got an inquiry document, which was actually put in for another reason, but I want to refer to it here. It's core document, I think 213, which gives an illustration of solar panels resting on the ground. You should be able to find it on the inquiry website if you haven't got a hard copy.
Mine seems to stop at 196. I was on the council. Oh,
There's different sections to the website. There's a section called inquiry documents, which starts at 200.
oh, it's going to test me on my. I dreaded this moment. I put the laptop up as well to make it look like I could work the thing. So it's two.
I've written on mine 213. I hope I've got the right reference.
Oh yes, I can see. Right. Have you? No, I've.
It's got a photograph at the top, and below that it says concrete ballast blocks for solar panels.
Ah, is it? Sorry, I've found that there's a lot. I haven't quite yet. Two. I've got it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And the reason I mention that is because on that photograph, which it appears to show grass growing in front of the row of panels and behind them, which is by its length seems to have been there for some time, but bare earth below the panels. And clearly you've got some photographs on page 23 which show grass under, but then you've got your one at the top left with the which are resting on the ground. That appears to be more limited. And I just want to try and get a picture of what is actually likely to happen below the panels. Does it depend, for example, on how close the bottom edge is to the ground, and the higher up is? I don't know. It's difficult because I don't quite know exactly what your position was, but your top right photograph suggests that the panel might be positioned a little higher.
Yes, sir. And also just before I give the answer,
Yes.
another photograph that might be helpful is in my appendix KCC 5.
Yes.
And there's a series of photographs there on pages 37 to 39. In respect of general principles, the amount of growth that you get under there is influenced by the panel size and height. Very wide panels and very low panels, obviously there's less light gets under them, and panels which are higher, there's more opportunity for light to get under. The photograph that I referred you to, photo 11, that we looked at, top right of that group of 4.
Yeah. Yes. I've got
That's quite a small panel. As you see, it's not as the width of the panel, sort of front to back, isn't wide, and I think the bottom two were both at 800 millimeters height. So if you've got 800 millimeters at that lower or leading edge, then sheep can pass under there, and there's no constraint. And all of the sites I've seen where they've got that panel height have got, you can't really tell the difference in grass growth beneath. So it's very interesting because I looked at for Llanfapri, that top right one, it looked like there was a differential in grass growth, but actually the sheep were spending more time under the panels than they were outside of them because they're out of the rain, and they were tending to eat that grass better. But that's just that one particular site. In all the other ones, the grass growth has not been significantly different. Reason I referred you to then that appendix, sir, is those photographs from the one that's called Bentham Farm, which is, I walk the dogs past it twice a week because it's
Right,
two
in your
fields.
what page, Mr. Cohen?
So my appendix,
Is it page 38?
page 38, the top right shows you that in that particular example, it's quite a wide panel. And you can see, because that's just the frame before the panels have been put on, that's only about 30 centimetres off the ground at the bottom edge. Some way of giving it scale, I think my terrier's just on the pile of material just to the back left. So that's very low to the ground. But even that example, sir, if I referred you then to pages 39, and you can also see it in well, I need to really go back to one. The better one, sir, is very top of page 41.
Yes.
Because that's showing where the trench is. But if you look across at the panels, so you can see that there is grass growth under those panels. And that's 5 years after. So we can't say that's just after you put it in. That's the old grass before it's died down. Because they're so low at the front, those panels do, the grass gets quite thin and it's got perennial weeds come up in the middle of summer, but it's still growing grass. The proposal here is that the bottom edge will be at least 8 centimetres high, so it'll have a strong grass growth underneath. Then when we look, going back to the one you started me on, so the CD 203, was it this concrete ballast box? I would say they've been sprayed off either for the photograph or for some other management reason, because it's just not how it works that you get a bit of shade and then you get no growth. You've just got bare earth, and there's quite a straight line along there. So for whatever reason, they've sprayed that ground off or managed that ground so that it's bare earth, or they may, I don't know, they may just have gone in at the time they took the photograph, but so they may have sprayed it off to mark where they wanted to put them. I don't know, but there is just no way that vegetation grows a straight line and then along the edge of the panels and then nothing grows. It's just, it has to have been managed to get no growth like that. And because otherwise, so you'd have a shadow of a wall or a tree or something else, and you just find nothing grew behind it. Ambient light gets in at all angles, and vegetation, even if it isn't grass, you get other weeds that grow in the shade, and there's just nothing under those. So I would say they've been managed to make those bare, either for the photograph or, well, probably just for the photograph. But that's supposition, that last point.
You mentioned that the height of the panel, on the size of the panel, could affect the opportunity for light. What about the effect in terms of rainfall?
Yes, sir. I've been back. I can only give it sort of anecdotally because I haven't published the reports yet, but we've been back to a number of sites where there are panels, and we've looked at land quality, and we've looked at the soils. There is less direct rainfall under the panels, but there's not a case of no rainfall because we get driving rain. It comes in at different angles, etc. We also have seen that grass growth doesn't markedly change, so the roots are getting water. So I suspect there will be times of the year when the top sort of 5 or 10 centimeters is probably drier under the panels than it would be to the side, because it's not getting that direct rainfall, but the roots of the crops are much deeper, and water, when it lands on the ground between, or I say where it blows under the panels, will also move laterally. It doesn't just go down, especially when you're like here over a clay soil. So that will go sideways through the topsoil, and it keeps it all adequately moist. If it wasn't moist, the grass just wouldn't be growing. So, and I think that it clearly is.
You mentioned the height at the bottom edge of the panels, 80 centimeters, which we can see on CD 15. How would that height affect the ability of sheep to graze completely under the panels?
Notes, once you've got 8 centimeters, the sheep can walk under the panels, and they don't tend to sort of nibble away like sheep do at the edge. So there is no, as long as you've got 800 mil off the ground, it doesn't limit the opportunity for sheep to graze at all. Or any of the other functions that sheep do, you know, breeding and lambs playing, etc. If they do bang their head because they're clambering on each other, they'll just do it a few feet away and they'll be fine. So it doesn't stop sheep from being normal behaviour or grazing at all.
So can the full extent of the land below the panels be used for the intended purpose of sheep grazing?
Yes, I think the only area where that would be limited, obviously, where there is no dig. So you've got those concrete or stone sort of bases.
Yes.
Obviously, physically, there's no grass where those bases are, but the grass either side will grow. So with that single exception, then yes, it's basically the same area as it is now. I think so. Actually, that's an interesting. I've just got that plan up. That the bottom left shows that cross section of the panel legs.
Is this CD 15?
Yes, the one you just
Yes.
referred me to. Yeah, I was saying earlier that they're actually thin bits of metal, and you can see there that the actual cross section of the metal is very slight. So it's just basically knocked straight through into the soil, and there's no real movement of soil at all.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you something about the relationship of the fields which form the application site with other land. You were asked to some extent about this by Mr. Harding. It relates to a point that also came up last week. Do you know whether the land that forms the application site is used at all to gain access to other fields in the holding?
My understanding, sir, was that the same contractors farmed some of the adjacent fields. So in that respect, I could see when I was there that tractors have run through between the different fields.
The reason I ask is that on page 13 at paragraph 3.12, you say that access to the farmland will not be affected. So if they're running through to other fields, what happens when the solar farm's in place?
So, but my understanding is that none of the access to all the other fields is possible once the solar farm has gone through. The fact that they run from one field to the other at the moment doesn't mean that they have to. So, you know, if when you're growing cereals on this kind of level, you tend to go and do blocks of fields, and you just
Yes.
go through wherever the gaps are. So they have been running through at the present time, just because they're go into the next field and it's easier.
Yes.
But my understanding is that none of the adjacent land will have its agricultural access for all types of machinery prohibited or prevented. It's not blocked, so that it doesn't become landlocked. That's my understanding, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just going now to section 6 of your proof. And 613 is probably as good a reference as any on page 20. And I know from your evidence that you don't agree with the position of the local planning authority that moderate weight should be given to any loss of agricultural production. And you've mentioned that again this morning. But irrespective of your view about weight, would that occur? Would there be a loss in terms of productivity? Comparing use of the land for sheep grazing with use for cereal production?
There'll be a change, sir.
Yes.
I got asked this question about 3 weeks ago, and I'd said I'd spent 2 or 3 hours trying to research it, and I haven't had the opportunity to carry on. We know from the information I put in there, the sort of calorie production from cereals. I got asked by an inspector what was the calorie production equivalent if you've got sheep on the land. And I don't know, sir. I can find calorie counts for cutlets and loins and other joints of meat, but I haven't been able to work out an entire calorie production from a whole sheep or a whole lamb, and then have to factor in the wool and then get to the stocking density. So what I can't give you is the, if you like, the calorie production equivalent, but I'm jolly well going to try and work it out, because that's the second time I've had that asked, and I need to get to the answer. It's going to take a little while. There will be a change, sir, because it will be sheep.
Yes.
And it won't be.
So is the
cereals.
straight answer to the question at the moment that you simply don't know?
Will there be a change, sir? I don't know whether that will produce more calories or less calories. And I think that's probably the only real measure you can do as to whether or not it's more productive or less productive. But there's so many variables in growing cereals, whether you do them organically, whether you get your sprays at the right time, whether the wind comes in, and all the other factors, that it would be one of those calculations with a real wide range of statistical significance, I would think. So,
okay.
it is feed wheat, I think, at the moment as well. So it's going to
Sorry.
animals. They are growing feed wheat varieties. So these aren't going straight to. They're mainly going to animal feed, the wheat, or it may go to some industrial uses as well. So, if you like, the stuff that's been grown on that land's one step removed from reaching us anyway.
Right, going back now to agricultural land quality and the classification. A reference you make to it on page 4 at paragraph 2.8. When it's and you end up you're referring to the national policy statement for renewable energy infrastructure, and you end up 2.8 saying where the use of agricultural land has been shown to be necessary, poorer quality land should be preferred to higher quality land. And I think, and there's something similar said in planning practice guidance on the in the chapter on renewable energy at paragraph 513. Do you want to pull that out just to check? It is a core document. I'll try and quickly find you the reference if you want it. It's I think it's CD 64F.
Which paragraph was it, sir?
It's
Oh,
yeah, it's the numbering is a little bit confusing, but I would call it paragraph 513. But the paragraph references appear after the text.
which is solar technology. 512, I got him to, that's the one that references the minister's speech.
It is,
Yeah.
yes. And in that bullet point that you're obviously looking at, it makes a similar point to the one you've picked out, I think. Have you got that?
I've got that, yes, sir.
Now, is it right that those references aren't saying that you've got to use land that isn't BMV before BMV land, but if you've got but it could equally mean that if there's predominantly grade 3 or grade 3A land in an area, that will be better than using a site that comprises a mix of grade 2 and grade 3A.
Yes, so the position on use of better quality land has long suggested that that the preference is to go for poorer quality land.
Yes.
So that's long standing, and that's what I think is stated in the national policy statements and the NPPF, etc. But my understanding, this goes to the planners really, but my understanding is that it's very clear in the national policy statement that that shouldn't be, if you like, a predominating factor. So it's a consideration. That's my understanding of the weight that the national policy statements are giving to that. In terms of site selections, then,
yes.
that's one of those considerations that I think falls into the balancing factor. Again, this is for the evidence of others, but in terms of opportunities where you can get to the grid, that seems to me to be a massive influencing factor. So that limits the sort of options that you've got. But again, that's all part of your balancing weight. If then there was clear choice and all other factors were the same, I think that the policy would say, well, the preference would be to use the poorer quality available.
Yes.
But where I have real difficulties, I'm going to be doing this for 35 years and I wish I could find another way of doing it. If people ask us, where will you find that poorer quality land? It's basically impossible in an area like this to go and say, let's go there. The only way you can do it is to find lots of different sites and go out with a soil auger and get the permission and spend several days doing the survey.
But Mr. Kernan, as a starting point, if we go to your proof page 7, and you took us here in evidence in chief to insert 1. I think you also mentioned insert 2. Don't those 2 maps indicate the possibility of poorer quality land? It may still be BMV land, but poorer quality than in the vicinity on the application sites, but in the surrounding area.
Depending on your search distance, it would suggest potentially to the south, you might find that the proportion of BMV is less. I would agree on that, so yes.
What about to the northeast?
If you went far enough, because there's a golf course, etc., then further to the beyond that, if that's still within your connectivity distance for the substation, which is to the south.
What about going up towards Baldock?
Baldock. Yeah, well, potentially if you're going that far, then you may find there are areas within there where your proportion of better quality land may be less.
Yes.
Yes, sir. But the only way you'll know is to go out with a soil auger and sample all of those, which is, so you have to get the permission from the landowner. And
Yes.
you're going at sort of 20 hectares a day in the field. You can't just go down a footpath and sneak one in or get an idea that way.
Were you asked to look at any other areas apart from the application site?
No, sir, my involvement has been more recent than that.
So it was just the application site itself?
Yes, sir, because the land classification was done by Richard Stock.
Yes.
2 years ago now. So I've taken that information. I've been involved after the application was made. It's ever so hard though, Simon. I'm involved in one of the nationally significant infrastructure projects at the moment, which if you look at this, this BMV likelihood plan, shows it down in the less than 20%. And we still found 52% best and most versatile, and all the bits of paper, everything else would say go there. And it's still got high proportion of best and most versatile. So these maps are pretty limited in terms of directing you to it. So they give you an indication, which I can't go any further than that. So can't say that that's, you would definitely find.
No, but I think you said that although you mentioned the caveats, that in terms of giving an overview, it was the insert one was the best indication at the present time.
It's the only information we've got, yes. But it was done under the old system.
Yes.
So there's all sorts of caveats along that ground, but it's all we've got.
Would it be a starting point?
It's a starting point, in terms of giving you an indication, yes. Sir.
Yes. About areas where you could then look in more detail.
Yes, sir. But then obviously with finding sites, there's a whole raft of other site specific
other considerations to take into
and
account.
land ownership and agreements and all the rest of it. So yeah.
Yes, I think they're dealt with elsewhere in the evidence. I just wanted to ask you about the agricultural side.
Yes, and I'm agreeing with you, sir. I'm just putting the caution up there that despite having done it this long, if a developer said to me, right, go and find a patch that's poorer quality and tell me where I need to go, until you actually go out with a soil auger, I couldn't tell you whether it's going to be BMV or not, because this part of the country is largely mix of BMV and non-BMV. Yeah. And where you do find the poorer quality, it tends to be mixed in.
Yes, I wasn't asking you about the distinction between BMV and non-BMV, but just about the range of quality. Because I think, as I said earlier, grade 3A would be lower quality than grade 2, but they'd both be BMV.
They would. I think in terms of application, BMV has been treated as 1, 2, and 3A as a block.
But it's not a single. It's not a single quality, is it?
It's not, sir. No.
And presumably the reason for differentiation is there for a purpose, because one is the best.
Yes, there is a sliding scale. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But as I said earlier, so in practical realities, there's not a lot of difference between the 2 and the 3A on this particular site, as you could see from those diggings. But one does come out as grade 2, and one comes out as 3A under the system. So I'm agreeing with you on principle, sir. In practice, there's not a lot of difference.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Mr. Hardy, do you wish to re-examine?
No, there's nothing I need to come back on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Cannon. That's your evidence completed. Mr. Hardy, I'm just looking at my notes for Mr. Hoyle, who's up next. And I think things may have changed because they certainly did last week. But my original note from the applicant was about an hour and a half in chief. What do you think?
I suspect it'll be slightly shorter than that.
Would it be, if it's only slightly shorter, would it still be best to take the lunch break?
I was just
now?
wondering that it's 20 to 1. It might be better to take the lunch.
'Cause it's going to go over that,
now.
isn't it?
Yes. Oh, definitely. Yes. Definitely more than 20 minutes. I'm just looking at the documents. I'm concerned to get those printed. So we're about to email those, I think, to the council if you were able over the lunch break to get the ecology.
Do you need them in any shape or form for Mr. Hoyle?
No, but we, after Mr. Hoyle will then be going into ecology.
Yes, with
I
Mrs.
do
Hamilton.
want people to have, and you to have at least seen those documents
Yes.
because they are.
We need slightly longer today, do you think, of the lunch break?
No, no, it wasn't a hidden plea for more time.
No, I wasn't suggesting that.
But I do want you to have read them because buried in those footnotes, there are things that Mrs. Hamilton relies on. And it isn't just a case of saying, well, they're in the library. I think people do need the time to have got them. So look, if we were able to have an extra 20 minutes and that gave people time to read those documents, I'd suggest perhaps if we came back to the room, I don't know how long it will take to print, but if they were available at say 20 to 2, and then we had 20 minutes to at least familiarize ourselves with those documents, that would be good.
Mrs. Hamilton.
So all of the links work. I don't quite understand why the documents have to be printed. If you're reading my statement, you can simply click on the link, assuming you're on the internet, and the information is there. Seems a monumental use of paper. I'm sorry, I obviously don't understand the procedure. I haven't done many inquiries before.
Well, sometimes if you go down a link, it's what's at the end of the link today. It's not necessarily going to be at the end of the link in a little later on. The documents that they're attached to can change, and I need to have a reference. Sometimes they get changed to PDFs, which is fine, and it's a question too of whether it's the whole document or a particular part of it that's relevant.
I think, well, I don't quite know how to answer that because I've included them to support what I'm saying.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Obviously, had I known that you were expecting hard copies of the documents to be available, then I might have approached it differently.
They don't necessarily have to be hard copies, but it's the link rather than, you can have an electronic copy as a PDF, which is fine, which is self-contained, and it might be, a part of a document which everybody knows exactly what it is. It's the variability of links that's the concern.
There's two observations, really. I don't understand that from Mrs. Hamilton. A month ago, we were at Boxted. We wasted a day because documents had been put in this form and the inspector wanted them printed off. So that's the background. The second thing is that those documents don't actually support Mrs. Hamilton in the way that she suggests they do. That's why we want them in. So we want you to have those documents, and there will be cross-examination and indeed evidence in chief on them. So my clear request is that if they are going to be, they can be withdrawn, of course, but if they're not going to be withdrawn, that they are printed off and they are added to the core document or inquiry documents.
Well, I've already indicated it today. I'm content with that, and I understood that was being put in hand. So let's take an extra 20 minutes, adjourn till 2 o'clock, and we'll resume the inquiry then, and hope. And documents that if they become available in hard form, I'm happy to take them as PDFs, so they can be made available in that form. But if they come in hard copy, just leave them on my table. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Inquiries adjourned will resume at 2. Thank you.
Right. We're beset by a few technical difficulties apparently because I mean, Mr. Fern is the ecology witness. He tells me that having tried to access some of the documents, they're password restricted. So you just get to a security wall. Is that?
There's 2 documents that I'm unable to access. One link leads to a security alert that may be to do with the council's web access from this location. The second is acknowledged in the footnotes as it requires a password to access that particular document.
So can I just come in? That one is already in the inquiry documents. And what was the other one? Three of the documents are already in the inquiry document list, the Farmers Weekly article and the Hearts BAP. Let me just check, sorry. So what was it, 17?
As an effect with adjourn, can the parties discuss this directly and sort it out during lunch? It's 2 o'clock and time to resume. In terms of the documents that we were expecting during the lunch adjournment, can I just check what the position is, please? Mr. Harding, can you assist or?
On the papers?
Yes.
Yeah. They're all being produced here. They've all been copied. Yeah, and they're about to be delivered. Yeah, here we are. Well done, guys. Big challenge.
Can I just say I have withdrawn a few because I couldn't get them in a form that could be easily printed off. So do you want me to say which ones they are now, or should I do that when I?
Probably be helpful, and then we're up to date, Mrs. Hammond. You don't need to stand. Just
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have withdrawn footnotes 6 and 7.
okay.
And actually, I think that's it. Those are the only two.
Right.
I think we managed to get everything else.
And all the other documents referred to are in this bundle
Or 3 of them are
already in.
core documents already.
Yes. So one way or another, the other documents
Um,
we have access to.
well, I hope they're all there now.
Good.
Shall I
Thank you very
just
much.
check that they are?
So can I ask whether or not these are going to be given inquiry document numbers? I'd like them to become part of
Oh, yes.
the library. So I don't know whether
Yes.
are they core documents or are they in a
Well,
different category?
No. Inquiry documents are simply a subset of the core documents.
Right.
Yeah.
And will they go, can we put these just in the ecology section
No, everything that's come in since we opened is going in inquiry documents.
into inquiry documents?
Yes.
Fine.
Yes, just number consecutively in the order as they come in.
Sorry, apologies. I have withdrawn another one.
Yes.
3, which is just the list of species of.
That's
principal importance.
footnote 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're going to have to review time for these later on, rather than perhaps continue straight with Mrs. Hamilton after Mr. Hoyle.
Absolutely. I'd like time to.
Yes, of course, I would as well. Right, thank you for those, and they'll be on their way to the core documents list on the website in due course. In the meantime, Mr. Hardy, could we make progress with Mr. Hoyle, please?
We can. So Mr. Hoyle is at the witness desk. So Mr. Hoyle, we have a summary proof, we have main proof, we have appendices. And to introduce you to the inquiry, Alistair Ian Hoyle, Associate Director at Actis, Multidisciplinary Planning and Environmental Consultancy. You are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You have 20 years of professional experience and have specialised in the energy and infrastructure sectors. Tell us you've been involved in securing planning permission for renewable energy development, including solar development in locations across England. You tell us that your first involvement with the application site followed formal instruction, June 2023, and you tell us that you've complied with your professional duties. Is that all correct by way of introduction?
That's all correct. Thank you and good afternoon, sir.
Good. Right. There's a summary proof, same drill. What we're going to do is read the summary proof. That's at CD 155. You don't need to read out 1.1.1 or 1.1.2. So could you start at 1.1.3?
I have prepared a proof of evidence to consider planning related matters relevant to the call-in inquiry for the proposed solar farm development on land at Priory Farm to the east of Great Wymondley, North Hertfordshire. My evidence addresses the following: a brief description of the proposed development, approach to site selection, consistency with Greenbelt policy, consistency with the development plan for the area and other material considerations, matters raised by the inspector, consideration of other matters raised by other parties, planning conditions, conclusions on the planning balance. I confirm that the views expressed are my true and professional opinions.
Okay, then section 2.
The site is circa 88 hectares and is in 2 parts. The site principally comprises arable farmland with hedges, woodland blocks, and hedgerow trees. The site is served by existing farm access tracks from Gravely Road, which will be upgraded for use in construction and maintenance of the proposed development. The grid connection will be located within the carriageway along Gravely Lane, Priory Lane, Stevenage Road, Blakemore End Road, and Stevenage Road to the National Grid substation at Wymondley. The proposed development is for the construction and operation of a photovoltaic solar array and ancillary development for a period of up to 40 years, after which the development will be decommissioned. The proposed development would export up to 49.995 megawatts of renewable electricity to the national grid during peak operation.
Section 3 then, Greenbelt.
I accept that the proposed development is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Inappropriate development should not be approved except in very special circumstances. Very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the Greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposed development is clearly outweighed by other considerations. Although the proposed development is, by definition to it being inappropriate development, harmful to the Greenbelt, from my analysis, I have concluded a moderate level of harm to the Greenbelt. There will be no permanent impacts on openness, and there will be no impacts on the permanence of the Greenbelt. I have considered all negative impacts of the proposed development by virtue of being any other harm. I have reviewed the planning application documents and the evidence prepared by others, and I conclude that except for short-term landscape and visual harm, harm would not be significant. At this point, sir, I just would like to correct an error, if I may, in my summary proof, which is also in my main evidence.
Yes. Yeah. Where is it?
It's at paragraph 3.15, which I've just read,
Yes.
where I refer to short-term landscape and visual harm. So except for short-term and landscape visual harm, suggesting that would be significant, what I actually meant to refer to was visual harm only. So omitting the word, the reference to landscape.
So should that sentence read except for short-term visual harm? Take 2 words out.
Correct. To continue then, thank you. Having completed a balancing exercise, I believe there are clear and demonstrable considerations that weigh in support of the proposed development. In my view, these considerations either individually in terms of need for renewable energy and addressing the challenge of climate change and providing energy security, or cumulatively taking account of the other factors, clearly outweigh the temporary harm caused to the openness of the Greenbelt and other harm, and in doing so demonstrably constitute very special circumstances.
Then section 4.
In my evidence, I have assessed the proposed development against the extant development plan policies. I have also appraised the proposed development against the material planning considerations, which I find are most relevant. Based upon the assessment set out within my evidence, I believe that the proposed development accords with the development plan when taken as a whole. Furthermore, all other material planning considerations provide no basis for determining the planning application other than in accordance with the development plan. Indeed, they reinforce the logic of doing so.
Okay, and then section 5.
The benefits of the proposed developments are, in my view, very clear and very significant. The proposed development would assist in delivering the need for renewable energy development in the context of the legally binding net zero target established by the Climate Change Act 2050 Target Amendment Order 2019 and would contribute to energy security. I consider that the planning balance clearly weighs in favour of the proposed development. The application accords with the development plan taken as a whole, and other material considerations lend further support for it. Consequently, I believe that planning permission should be granted.
Thank you very much. So usual order, there's going to be some supplementary questions, and site selection is really where I want to start. Mr. Hull, you heard most of the evidence, just ecology to go, and a focus from the action group. Indeed, questions from the inspector. You heard questions put to Mr. Kernan, so in relation to agricultural land classification. So I just want to unpack that a little bit. In broad terms, can you explain your understanding of the applicant's approach to site selection?
Yes, I can, yes. Initially, the applicant looked for areas of lower solar curtailment, so or lower to moderate, so areas where there is a potential capacity within the grid to accommodate, to accept the electricity from the proposed development.
Okay, let's just have a look at what that means, because members of the public may not understand that. So solar curtailment, section 3 of your main proof, paragraph 3.2.2, the planning application at figure 5.2 presented data sourced from the UK Power Networks, the DNOs, on solar curtailment in North Hertfordshire. And then you say solar curtailment is where the national grid reduced the output of solar energy generation below their optimal production levels to balance supply across the grid. Areas with low solar curtailment have the potential to accommodate additional solar generation, whilst areas of high curtailment have limited or no capacity.
Mr. Hardy, before we go further, would it
Yes.
be helpful for us to have figure 5.2 up?
We could do, yeah. In terms of the core documents, that's 5.2, Mr.
CD2.
Figure, if I may, figure 5.2 is contained within the planning statement, which is CD2, and I believe it's at the PDF page number 119, so the digital page 119. I'm just going to have a look myself.
Figure 5.2 looks like that. Lots of colours on it. And that is at, well, just beyond the summary and conclusions, that they are on page, they run through page 112. So in the paper copy, it would be page 114 or thereabouts. Do you have that, Mr. Hull?
I do, yes.
Okay, so tell us what that shows based on the text that you've just read out from paragraph 3.2.2.
Yeah, what it's really showing is the areas which are sort of shaded, coloured red, are constrained. There isn't sufficient capacity within the grid to accommodate additional solar generation. So the outputs from the proposed development, so those areas can be effectively excluded. So what the applicant did is just at the first stage of their site selection exercise was to focus on the low and the medium areas of curtailment, which are the yellow and the orange colours on figure 5.
Okay, now there's quite a number of overlays, aren't there? Layers on this plan. So you can see that the kind of grid, the mesh, that's green belt. Is that right? So you've got the cross hatching. So
that's correct. Yes.
Yep. So you can see the legend on the top right. You can see the site marked. It's in black lined. So just above where it says Wymondley grid. See that? Yep. Then there are two shades of yellow. So there's what I'm going to call the amber between 10% and 20% annual energy curtailment. As there's no areas shown. And then we've got the sort of sunflower yellow between 5 and 10% annual energy curtailment. See that?
Yes.
So if there are no areas shown between 10 and 20%, where it's obscured by the grid, but where would the between 5 and 10% curtailment lie?
Yeah, it's the areas really to the west of the district and to the east.
Okay, so in which area, just to be clear, in which area does the site fall? Which category does it fall in?
It falls within an area of low curtailment, which is to the west.
Okay. The next point in 3.2, which is in your proof, is that the applicant determined that for a typical site of this nature, the maximum grid connection length was 4 kilometres from a substation. Just tell us a little bit about that. Why is it 4 kilometres?
Yes, once you go beyond 4 kilometres, the scheme effectively becomes unviable. It isn't cost effective. So 4 kilometres is considered to be the maximum length of the cable route from the development to the point of connection to the grid, to the substation.
Okay,
Mr. Hoyle, is there a source for that? I was trying to find one. I may have missed it, but I couldn't see where that came from.
I don't have a source for that, sir. No, it's just what I'm advised from industry that's the.
So there's no evidence before the inquiry as to that figure.
There isn't, sir. No.
Thank you.
Have you discussed that figure though with the client? So
I have indeed, yes, and I'm advised that 4 kilometres is the absolute maximum. But also, as I've mentioned stated in my evidence, it must be noted that as you get closer to that 4 kilometre distance, the scheme is beginning to become it's becoming a little less viable. It really is the maximum distance that you'd want to look at to deliver a viable scheme.
Right. So no documentary corroboration, but the evidence you're giving is from the client about how solar farms are developed.
It is.
All right. So back to the next stage then. So you're looking for areas of that low curtailment. 3.3 of your proof then, so grid connection. Tell us about the next bit of the story. So this is focusing on those areas of low to moderate curtailment.
Yeah, so within those areas, the next level, the next sort of stage as part of the site search exercise really is to consider the actual connections to the grid, so where the substations are located, which you can see there identified on figure 5.2. A number of the substations which are shown there are just simply too small to accommodate the outputs from a development of this size. And yes, and a connection agreement is in place with at the Wymondley substation.
Right, so just go back to figure 5.2. So you've got 6 sub stations as having potential capacity. You can see the little, going back to the legend, you can see we've got different coloured dots. We've got the blue, that's 132 kV, and then you've got the magenta colour EHV substations, which you can see examples there, so North Hitchin, South Hitchin Primary, Reed Primary, and so on. But in this case, Wymondley in blue is a 132 kV substation.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So I think in your text, you tell us there are 2 132 kV National Grid substations within North Hertfordshire, and there are 4 132s within 4 kilometres of North Hertfordshire where identified. I think you can see those on the plan, Mr. Hoyle. Is that, for instance, the top of the plan? Well, you tell me where the 132s are with the blue spots.
Yes. Yeah. There's 4. There's one at Wymondley, which is the proposed point of connection to the grid here. There's one to the north at Letchworth, and then there's the further 2 which are to the west southwest, outside of North Hertfordshire.
And I think there's one at Melbourne Grid if you go up to the east.
Mr. Hardy, is it worth going to earlier on in CD2, because there are 12 substations listed there, aren't there, in paragraphs 5, 4, 72
Yeah, we can
and
do that.
73, and then we can relate that perhaps to 5.2.
Certainly do that. So 5472. So we can see the EHV substations, which are associated with the areas shown yellow, therefore have good capacity for solar farms identified on the figure. Note that several of these substations supply North Hertfordshire but are located outside of the district, and the following EHV substations are identified as having capacity. And so you've got East Harpenden Primary. You can see that's on the south down there, Harpenden.
Yes.
You can look at that. I mean, we don't need to probably go through all of these, but North Hitchin Primary, you can see that's in the middle of the plan. See that?
Yes, I just need to just get a hard copy because I can only look at one. Actually, I can probably just talk.
Just get a hard copy. It's easier, Mr. Holly. So it's folder 1, core document 2. So we're looking at the list 2. You need a finger in 5.4.72
I'm there now, thank you.
of the text. Have you got that?
I have.
Right. So there's a list there of the EHV substations, and I mean, you can see the list. You can see where they are on the plan, right? 5.4.73. In addition, possible to connect directly with the National Grid 132 kV substations. These are shown. There are 2 within North Hertfordshire, 4 within 4 kilometres. So they are identified as Letchworth. So
yes, so Letchworth, there's Letchworth, there's 2 in Luton, there's Luton North, Luton South, there's Melbourne and Stevenage and Wymondley.
yeah, so Melbourne was the one I indicated or mentioned. That's north of Royston out to the east. You can see that.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
But basic point, blue ones are the 132s, reds are the EHVs. Yeah.
Yes.
Fine. So back to your proof. Paragraph 3.3.2. What about that's okay, having the possibility of connection. What had the applicant secured?
Yes, the applicant has secured a connection to at the Wymondley grid, which is a determining factor here.
Okay, over the page. in the proof 3.4.1. So you identify potentially where you might go to grid. You get a grid offer. 3.4, then sieving exercise. What's the next part of the process?
Yes, it was to apply the mappable planning constraints. So to undertake a planning appraisal to identify at a fairly high level as to whether it was believed that there was any insurmountable planning constraints or planning constraints which would preclude the delivery of a solar development of this nature. So it applied land use constraints and policy constraints. It looked at matters such as flood risk and proximity to residential receptors.
In terms of the sort of buffer that was put around residential properties, how wide was that?
It's 400 metres.
Thank you. And then the outcome of all of that was what?
The outcome of that was to identify potentially suitable sites within the 4 kilometre distance from the point of connection to the grid. Okay.
Once you've done all of that, what part does finding a willing landowner have to play in the process?
It's absolutely critical. And that's what we have here. The land, the application site it's available and deliverable. So that's, yeah, it's really, really important. You can have sites which, would appear to be suitable and not to be constrained, but if they aren't available, then there's really no point in pursuing them any further, considering them any further.
Thank you. So trying to identify sites for a deliverable solar farm, you've described a number of facets to that. Just in terms of the complexity of doing that, I mean, we've gone through that in sort of 5 or 10 minutes, but how difficult is it to identify a policy compliant and deliverable or potentially deliverable solar farm site in your view?
I think it's potentially difficult. I mean, what we have here is this exercise has been shown to be very successful because so this was a high level approach, but it's identified a site which is viable and it's deliverable, and which has subsequently been the subject of very detailed and very comprehensive environmental assessments, and those environmental assessments have shown there to be no insurmountable constraints or for the use of the land to be acceptable. So yes, I think it's not an easy task, but it's one which has been undertaken successfully in this case.
And in terms of description of that process, is that just something that's been done in this site, or are you aware in relation to the applicant of that being used for other sites? In other words, is it a systematic approach that is used in other parts of the country, or is this just a one-off here at Wembley?
No, I believe this is a methodical, systematic approach that's been followed. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So sites identified, and then you do your local impact assessments. A point raised at the inquiry has been development plan led, of course, all of that, whether or not the local plan should allocate sites for solar. So you might recall that having been raised. And I'm just interested in paragraph 155 of the framework. So we'll find that at CD 56.
Yes.
And as you know, the 5th of September version is in the first couple of printed pages, and then we've got the text of the MPPF behind that. Okay, but I'm just interested in 155. So I'm not going to read it again, read out a few times, but I'm interested in your view about whether or not the local plan should allocate sites for solar.
I don't believe there's any requirement for them to do so, no. What paragraph 155 of the MPPF says is that plan should provide a positive strategy for energy from these sources. That's point A. So yeah, provide a positive strategy. And then at B is to consider, and I put the emphasis on the word consider, identifying suitable areas for renewable and low carbon energy. So there's nothing in my view, in my firm view, there's nothing within paragraph 155 which requires an authority to identify sites through the local plan. And I think it's really important to note here that the North Herts District Council local plan was prepared, was adopted in 2022, and that would have been prepared in light or against the policies of the MPPF at that point in time. The that was the 2000 that would have been the 2021 MPPF, and there hasn't been a change from then to now, or from the 21.
I was going to say, let's just have a look at that, because the 2021, the full text is in the core document.
Yeah.
Behind the extract from the September 23 version. So paragraph 155 is on internal page 45. And we can see the same words: to help increase the use and supply of renewable and low carbon energy and heat plans should provide a positive strategy for energy from these sources. So there are some changes later in the paragraph which we've dealt with. But in terms of the excitation to should provide a positive strategy, has that changed or not?
No, there's been no change. So there's no in order to provide a positive strategy, it doesn't, in my view, need to identify sites. And what I would say, and I did just mention it briefly then, is clearly at the examination into the local plan, the plan is tested to establish whether it's sound, and one of those tests is at paragraph 35 of the MPPF about consistency with national policy. So the inspector at the time in examining this plan must have found it to comply with paragraph 155. So
just to look at the language a little bit more closely, paragraph 155. So to help increase the use and supply of renewable and low carbon energy and heat plans, and then should provide, and then we've got B, should consider. So is there a difference between A and B in terms of what the plan should or must do?
Yes, yeah, it's providing a positive strategy is a must, and I believe that's what the local plan here does. It provides a strategy. It does that through the inclusion of policies as opposed to sites. So it must do that, and then but then as part of that plan process, it should consider identifying sites, which I expect it did consider identifying sites, but it was deemed that it could provide a positive strategy through the application of policies through the policy plan as opposed to the allocation of sites.
Okay, all right, that's topic one. So that's the approach to site selection. So the site's identified, you then have to look at where it is. We can see the extent of the greenbelt. That's in that cross-hatching back on figure 5.2. So I want to look at that. It's common ground, Mr. Hull, it's inappropriate development in policy terms, so definitional harm is there, and therefore there's a presumption against unless very special circumstances are shown to exist. So I'd like to understand your approach, or how you have reached a view that very special circumstances exist. Really, to do that, we're accepting inappropriateness. What we're looking at is the other harm. So tell us how you've gone about that exercise.
Yes, sure. But paragraph 148 of the MPPF, it explains. I'll read it. So it says, when considering any planning application, local planning authority should ensure that substantial weight is given to any harm to the greenbelt. Very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposal is clearly outweighed by other considerations. So what you have to do is so harm has to be clearly outweighed, and there's the harm. There's effectively two parts to the harm. There's greenbelt harm, and then there's the other harm. And in terms of greenbelt harm, I think it's important to refer to look what paragraph 137 of the NPPF says, where it identifies that the essential characteristics of greenbelts are their openness and their permanence. So when, as I say, there's two parts to establishing harm. So when looking at greenbelt harm, you need to focus on their openness and their permanence, and what the harm is to those two essential characteristics, as it says in paragraph 137.
Will you explain your approach to that in paragraph 4.3 of your proof? So assessment of greenbelt harm. You tell us in 4.3.2, the fundamental aim of greenbelt policy is to prevent urban sprawl by keeping land permanently open. So the essential characteristics of greenbelts are their openness and their permanence. So those two topics then, openness, let's deal with that first. How have you reached your view on that?
Yes, sure. Well, looking at openness first, yes. Within my evidence, I explain that openness is both spatial and visual. So you consider both the spatial and visual elements, which I have done. And in doing that, I've considered. I think it's important to consider the purposes of including land in the greenbelt. The five purposes.
Your conclusions then in relation to the spatial aspect of openness is what?
I conclude that in terms of paragraph 4.3.5, I acknowledge that from a spatial perspective, the proposed development would introduce a substantial development into the area. However, having regard to the relatively modest mass and footprint of the development and the sort of characteristics and the nature of the development, I believe the harm to the spatial elements of the greenbelt is limited.
We've been here before, but I'm just interested in your views on the decision at Cannon Barnes Road, which is at CD 122. So that's volume 8. You have that?
Not at the moment, no.
CD 122.
I do now, yes, thank you.
Okay, and we've looked at this a couple of times, but it's paragraphs 12 onwards, so openness and purposes. Paragraph 13, from a spatial perspective, proposed solar arrays would introduce substantial development into the area in terms of ground cover due to the quantity of arrays within the scheme. Furthermore, associated track, substation, inverter stations, fencing and CCTV facilities would result in additional built form that would further diminish the openness of the greenbelt spatially. Nevertheless, the proposed solar arrays would be relatively modest in mass and footprint, be spaced out at regular intervals, reducing the overall scale of the development. Furthermore, the scheme would be in place for a temporary 40-year period, but then be fully demounted, the land returned to its former condition at the end of its use. As such, whilst 40 years is a long period of time, it's not permanent. Now, it's not the only way of describing solar farms in the greenbelt, but to what extent do you agree or disagree with that approach to the impact of solar farms on spatial aspect of openness?
Yes, I agree with it. The inspector here has taken a similar view to has formed a similar view to what I have on the proposed developments. It's a similar scheme here. So yes, I agree with what's said here, and as I suggested, it's really, so when you look at the development on plan, it would appear a large development spatially, but when you have regard to the actual the type of the development, the nature of the development, the massing of the development, the fact it's fairly limited. All of those considerations need to be sort of weighed in when determining what the overall sort of level of harm is spatially.
Okay, so that's spatial, visual. How did you get to your view in relation to the degree of harm on the visual aspect of openness?
Yes, I've considered visual harm, and I've had regard to the expert witness reports provided by Mr. Mason as well, and I do accept there will be visual harm to the Greenbelt, but which in the short term from a couple of viewpoints could be significant, but overall, once mitigated, once the boundary planting becomes established and effectively screens the development, it will reduce, in my view, it would reduce that level of visual harm. So I would conclude at most a moderate level of visual harm to the Greenbelt.
Okay. Next point then, purposes. You deal with this at 4.3.9 to 4.3.17 of your proof. You've heard there's been quite a lot of evidence on this in relation to the individual purposes. You heard the different responses. What do you want to say? You've heard all of that. What do you want to say in summary about your position on the impact on each of those?
Yeah, sure. Well, I was very interested to hear the evidence provided by Mr. Griffiths in relation to the first purpose, and I think it's only right and proper that we have regard to it. I don't disagree with Mr. Griffiths' interpretation of that first purpose, which where he explained that he believed it, with this being in the metropolitan Greenbelt, that it was really seeking to prevent sprawl from London. However, I must admit, that's not how I'm not disagreeing with him. It's not how I looked at it. I considered it more in terms of whether this development could add or contribute to sprawl from the urban areas, the closer urban areas, so Hitchin, Stevenage, Letchworth. But I say I'm not disagreeing with Mr. Griffiths' interpretation. It's just a different interpretation that I applied.
Okay, so taking the first purpose, where did you get to? Let's just try and summarize where, in relation to the individual purposes, what's your landing position?
My view is there's no conflict with the first, with purpose 1 or purpose 2, okay, which is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas or to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another.
Okay, so purpose 3, to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. What's your resting position there?
I accept there will be some limited harm in terms of encroachment into the countryside, albeit that is it will be mitigated through the provision of the landscape planting that I've mentioned, and also the embedded mitigation just by the very nature of the development. and also having regard to the already existing urbanising factors in the locality, principally the A1M. So, yeah, I do accept that there will be some. It will result in some encroachment into the countryside, but I don't believe it's in. I don't believe it's in conflict with. It would result in a conflict with that purpose.
Okay, and then you've got the final two purposes you do with 4.3.13, preserving the special character of historic towns and assisting in urban regeneration. You're saying they're not. You say they're not relevant.
I believe they're not relevant, and I think that's common ground between the parties.
Right. So it's harm then to purpose C or 3 in terms of encroachment into the countryside.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. You say that's limited. There's obviously different views that are given on that. So where does that take you in your green belt equation? How did you then come to your overall view? You've looked at purposes. What else did you take into account in the blending machine?
Yes, well, overall, to conclude, so taking where I get to, what I have to conclude is a moderate harm to Greenbelt. But in terms of openness, that's having regard to, as I say, spatial, visual, and the purposes, including land in the Greenbelt. There is the other limb that I mentioned to paragraph 137, which is permanence.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, my view is there's no conflict with the essential characteristic of ensuring green belts, or ensuring the permanence of the green belt. The development will be time limited. It's for a 40-year period. It's temporary. It's not permanent, and therefore, in my view, my firm view, there's no conflict with the objective, the aim of keeping of the permanence of the green belt, of keeping land permanently open.
Okay, just a couple of references I'm interested in terms of your view on permanence. You know, there's different views in the room. 4.3.20 of your proof. You refer to CD 64, so that's the PPG. Do you just want to read out, maybe it's the quickest way of dealing with it. Do you want to read out paragraph 4.3.20?
Yes, of course. Yes. Government has published planning practice guidance in relation to solar farms, which sets out factors a local planning authority need to consider in determining solar developments. This includes that solar farms are normally temporary structures, and planning conditions can be used to ensure that the installations are removed when no longer in use and the land is restored to its previous use.
So in terms of the PPG, at least, if you were going to have a solar farm with a planning condition that required decommissioning and to ensure the installation was removed, what's your understanding of the view of government on this question?
That it's temporary.
Thank you. Next paragraph, 4.3.21, the draft national policy statement for renewable energy infrastructure, that's EN3, combine that at CD 60. In your proof, there's reference to section 3.10, and then there's reference to paragraphs 3.10.56 and 3.10.57. Do you want to just read those out from your proof?
Yes, of course. Yes. So at 3.10.56, it states applicants should consider the design life of solar panel efficiency over time when determining the period to which consent is required. An upper limit of 40 years is typical, although applicants may seek consent without a time period or for differing time periods of operation. And at 3.10.57, the MPS states time-limited consent, where granted, is described as temporary because there is a finite period for which it exists, after which the project would cease to have consent and therefore must seek to extend the period of consent or be decommissioned and removed.
We've looked at the Chelmsford case, the Greenbelt, the inspector ruled that or decided it wasn't permanent. I'm also interested in a DCO decision that I don't think we've opened up. It's obviously DCO, it's not TCPA, but nevertheless, the point I think still is relevant. That's at CD 120. And this is, you deal with this in paragraph 4.3.25 of your proof. So with CD 120, this is the decision at Longfield Solar Farm, and in particular paragraph 4.58.
Yes, yes.
So conclusions. 4.58. Do you want to just read that out?
From the
decision of 4.58 of the this is the Longfield decision, so internal page 16. So at the bottom of that page, can you just read paragraph 4.58?
yes, the
Examining authority.
Yeah, the examining authority, which is EXA in this, so the examining authority considers that the proposed development would be in accordance with both national and local policies. The examining authority notes that soil quality will be managed and maintained through requirement 19 of the order and the provision for submission of a soil resource management plan. The examining authority concludes that the loss of any BMV agricultural land is to be discouraged, and both the temporary and permanent loss and land weighs against the proposed development. However, the EXA considers that the application sought to minimise impacts, and that where BMV agricultural land is lost, it will be limited in extent and duration, as well as justified by the sustainability considerations. As such, the EXA describes the resultant harm a small amount of negative weight in the planning balance.
Okay, there are some other references as well, but that will probably do. So we've got PPG, got the MPS, Chelmsford, Longfield Farm. Is there anything else you wanted to rely on, or in coming to your view about the temporary or permanent nature of the scheme?
No, I think that's been covered. I think it's evident. It's the proposed development is for a temporary period of time, after which, and there'll be conditions which will stipulate that. So after that point in time, unless there's a further grant of consent, which should have to be considered on its the application will consider its merits at that point in time, the development would have to be removed, the land will be remediated, and it will be reinstated to its former condition. I just absolutely believe it's a temporary consent, and it's a temporary use of the land.
Okay, paragraph 4.3.26 of your proof then, where that leads you to is this: I therefore conclude that as the application is for a time-limited consent, it's classified as temporary development, consequently would result in no harm to the permanence of the Greenbelt.
Yes, that's my view.
Okay. So that's Greenbelt. We then have other harm. I don't think we need to go through all the individual topics, Mr. Hoyle. Presumably, you're a planner, you form a view on some issues, but on those individual topics, are you forming an entirely independent view, or are you relying on the professional judgments of those that have given evidence within their disciplines?
Yeah, these are my views as a planning professional, having regard to the expert evidence provided by others.
Right,
but they are my views.
But on those topics, of course, giving evidence as a planner, but on those topics, to say, if you took cultural heritage, are there any technical aspects on which you found yourself to be in disagreement with Miss Roy in that case, or it might be Mr. Kernan in relation to SOAR?
No, I agree with their findings.
Okay. Then the next part of the equation then is benefits. So we've got harm, we've got definitional harm, we've got other harm. substantial weight given to those courses in the green belt, you then have benefits. So tell us about the benefits. I think 4.4.23 of your proof, that's internal, page 17 of your proof.
Yes.
So do you just want to read 4.4.23?
Yeah, sure. Yes. So here I list what I believe to be the key considerations which weigh in favour of the proposed development. So they are the significant national need to reduce carbon emissions and address the global challenge of climate change. Then it's the urgent national need for renewable energy to achieve net zero by 2050. The significant local need to deliver on North Hertfordshire's declaration of a climate emergency and commitment to achieve a net zero district by 2040. The need for energy security. The availability of land with a suitable grid connection. And finally, the wider environmental benefits of the scheme, which will deliver a significant biodiversity net gain well above the 10% target.
Thank you. So those are the factors that are identified. Then it's a question of weighting. You're the planner. You have the different parts of the equation together. You've then got to undertake your weighing exercise. And I'm interested in how that was undertaken. We've got some help. 4.4.35, 4.4.35. You tell us very substantial weight has been given to contribution that the proposed development would make, but you explained to the inspector, how did you go about the equation?
Yeah, well, as a planning professional, as a planner, we need to undertake that balancing exercise. So, having determined what I believe the level of harm to be, say both greenbelt and other harm, you then need to determine what the level of what the benefits are, to be able to determine or reach a conclusion as to whether those benefits clearly outweigh the harm, and that's what I've sought to do here. What I conclude, I mean, maybe if I just go to the concluding sentences of,
do that. Just identify those to tell us where you get to. Yeah. So 4.4.45 was the that's internal page 22.
Yes. Yes. Well, before that, in terms of the contribution it will make to addressing the challenge of climate change at 4.4.35. Yeah.
Yeah.
I conclude that a very substantial weight should be given to the contributions that the proposed will make towards the delivery of those policy objectives. So very substantial weight in terms of the contribution that we're making to addressing the challenge of climate change.
Okay. Next one.
And then at a local level, as we're aware, North Hertfordshire has passed a climate emergency motion. I have concluded in this respect, I've concluded a substantial weight can be afforded to that. So very substantial in terms of the contribution made to addressing climate change, in terms of the national and the national requirements, and then at a local level have afforded substantial weight.
Okay. 4.4.45. Do you want to just read that?
Yeah, sure. In terms of addressing the need for contributing to the need for energy security, I've given that I've concluded substantial weight. Sorry, apologies, very substantial weight.
Yeah, just read it out. 4.4.45.
I believe that very substantial weight should be given to the need to boost sources of homegrown energy for greater energy security, and the contribution that the proposed bill will make to this.
Okay. Grid connection then. I think 4.4.54. Do you want to read that?
Yeah, the applicant has secured a grid connection offer from the National Grid for 49.99 megawatts solar development to the Wymondley grid. I believe that the availability of this grid connection at Wymondley and the immediate deliverability of the proposed development in the context that North Hertfordshire has not consented a commercial renewable energy generation scheme since 2015 should be given substantial weight in the planning balance.
I just stop you there. Are you dealing with other solar schemes and other operators in other parts of the country?
I am, yes.
So in terms of everyday newspaper headlines about problems with the grid system and so on, what's the general picture in terms of grid offers and grid capacity? How far away from now are some of your other clients receiving offers?
It's a very important consideration, and it's a determining factor. I believe that if you were to start the process now and seek to secure a connection to the grid, you could be looking at 2030 or beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a real benefit of this scheme is that immediate deliverability and immediate sort of connection to the national.
So I was going to just ask about that. So deliverability, you say is material, spoken to the client. What's your expert opinion on whether or not this is not just deliverable, but actually would be built?
I absolutely believe it will be, yes.
Okay. Biodiversity net gain, I think you tell us 4.4.57. Do you want to read that out?
Yes, Mr. Fern has concluded that the proposed development would provide a very substantial benefit and that the overall BNG scores offers a substantially greater benefit to biodiversity within the site than the forthcoming 10% gain requirements of the Environment Act 2021. I then go on to say, I agree with Mr. Fern that this is a substantial benefit of the proposed development. So substantial weight are given that.
So that's the benefit side. That's the weight. You come to conclusions then, paragraph 4.5, rather than ask a question. Do you want to just read out 4.5.1?
Yes. Whilst I do agree with the council that substantial weight should be attached to the totality of harm that would be caused to the Greenbelt, I do not agree that there will be significant visual and spatial impacts upon openness or a moderate harm to one of the purposes of including land in the Greenbelt. For my assessment, I've concluded moderate harm to the Greenbelt. Having regard to the above appraisal harm, I believe that except for short-term visual harm would not be significant. And if I may so just clarify that I didn't read the word landscape as I'd indicated in when I read out my summary proof.
Yeah, it was a general description. You about visual harm, but that's the correction you made at the start. Okay, you wrap all of that up. 4.5.2. Can you read that?
Notwithstanding, I believe there are clear and demonstrable considerations that weigh in support of the proposed development. In my view, these considerations, either individually in terms of need for renewable energy and addressing the challenge of climate change and providing energy security, or cumulatively taking account of the other factors, must outweigh the temporary harm caused to the openness of the Greenbelt and other harm, and in doing so demonstrably constitute very special circumstances.
Okay, that's the balance that you undertake. Now, next section, take this relatively quickly. That's development plan. So it's section 5 of your proof. I'm not proposing to go through every policy with you, Mr. Hall, but do you want to look at the key policies? Let's see what you think the key policies are.
Yes, well, just summary. Policy SP1, presumption in favour of sustainable development. I conclude the proposed development would deliver the infrastructure necessary for a growing population that is transitioning into a low carbon economy. The proposed development has been designed to retain existing habitats and to provide enhancements that will increase the biodiversity of the site. Mitigation is also deliverable to address possible impacts on heritage and landscape. I conclude that the proposed development accords with policy SP1.
Okay.
SP5, countryside and greenbelt.
What I was asking was, I'm not asking you to go through all the policies unless you want to. I just want you to identify for the inspector key policies. And if you want to go through all of them, that's fine. But my question was, are there any that you think are particularly important or stand out amongst the usual basket of development plan cases?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Identify the key policies within this section 5 of my evidence. So they are SP1, SP5, sorry, I'll go slower, sir. SP1, SP5, SP6, SP11, SP12, NE2, and NE3, SP13, and then there's HE1 through to 4 and NE12. Now, just to pick up on some of the key policies that I consider to be really key, also some of the points that I would like to make. NE2, policy NE2, is a policy which the council have found conflict with. I have provided a detailed appraisal of that policy within my evidence, having regard to the technical evidence provided by Mr. Mason, but providing my own views. And I have concluded that there is, in my view, no conflict with that policy. Criterion B, it's worth mentioning, just drawing attention to criterion B of NE2, where it refers to unacceptable harm. And in my view, that's really key. We're not talking, the test is whether it's unacceptable. And I believe the evidence presented demonstrates that it's not unacceptable, it is acceptable, and I've concluded compliance with that policy.
Okay, so that's NE2. Anything else that's key?
NE12, I think it's just worth touching on NE12. Renewable and low carbon energy development states of proposals for solar farms involving best and most versatile agricultural land will be determined in accordance with national policy. So the at NE12 there are a number of, it contains a number of criteria, but in effect you stop at the first sentence and defer to the national policy. Consider the proposal against national policies.
Okay, you then get to a conclusion in relation to overall compliance with the development plan. We can pick that up at your section 5.4. 5.4.3, could you read that?
Yes. I have appraised the proposed developments against those material planning considerations which I find are most relevant. Based upon the assessment set out within my evidence, I believe that the proposed development accords with the development plan when taken as a whole. Furthermore, all the other material planning considerations provide no basis for determining the planning application other than in accordance with the development plan. Indeed, they reinforce the logic of doing so.
Okay. The next point really is an overarching one, section 9, where you deal with your overall conclusions. I'm not sure we need to go there because it would be repeating what we've already done. Mr. Hall, those are the topics that I want to pick up on by way of supplementary questions. Is there anything else that you want to raise in your evidence in chief? If not, that is all I want to ask.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's 3:10. I wonder whether that's if you're going to have an afternoon break, might be suitable. I don't know.
We are indeed, Mr. Hardy, going to have a break, and yeah, I'm happy to take that now before we start cross-examination.
Yes, you're also going to raise the question of documents in ecology.
Yes.
I don't know what you had in mind. So is that?
Well, it was just a question of timing, isn't it?
Yes.
So there's another point in relation to timing, which is I understand that we actually only have this room until 4 o'clock this afternoon or shortly after 4 o'clock.
Only 4 o'clock.
Yes, I wasn't
That's
aware
new.
of that until this afternoon. I apologise for that.
Right, but that probably dispenses with any,
But that's why I thought I'd raise it straight away.
don't need to worry about that because I suspect there'll be some questions to Mr. Hall that will take us towards 4 o'clock. I would have
think
thought,
it will,
I
yeah.
would have thought.
Yes. In effect, it also means that after 4 o'clock, then there's for the early finish, we can perhaps take on board ecology documents.
Come back and do ecology tomorrow.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
would seem,
Deal with it that way around.
no, I didn't realise we had to go at 4, so that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Harding, how long do you think you need?
It's maximum 50 minutes. I think it could be hopefully 50 minutes less a coffee or tea break if everyone.
It's actually 40
10
minutes if we have a 10 minute.
Yeah. No, I mean that's so we could have 10 minutes for that. And,
Well, shall we see if we can cope with a
5 minutes.
5-minute
yeah,
break?
5 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
We adjourn now back at 3:15.
Right.
Thanks. Not necessarily now. Mr. Griffiths, could you just pop out and see if Mr. Harding's on his way back in? I'm keen to get underway given the time constraint. Thank you. We'll get underway straight away. Inquiry is resumed. And Mr. Harding, as soon as you're ready, questions, please, to Mr. Hoyle.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, Mr. Hoyle.
Good afternoon.
We'll crack straight on. So you were instructed, I see, in June 23.
That's correct.
Yeah. And had you had any involvement prior to that with the site?
No.
But your company has been involved
Yes.
throughout.
That's correct.
Okay. And where are you based?
I'm based in Chester. We have two offices, one in Wilmslow and one in Chester, and I work out of the Chester office.
Right. And do you feel you've had sufficient time to get a proper awareness of everything you've had to cover?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Right. Just the next point really is, I think your point 3.3.2, basic point, the scale of 49.995 megawatt development. Little is ever said about linking to that the capacity of the battery storage. Can you just confirm to us the battery storage capacity? So hence, presumably the capacity to of the whole scheme to create energy, even though it can only put into the grid the 49.95.
Yes, I haven't got that information in front of me, but as you rightly point, the export capacity is the 49.9.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
I mean, is that something we could have confirmed? I mean, interestingly, the AGR website says it's 100 megawatt. So I think I just want to make the point somewhere in here that it is a very significant size of battery storage. It stores twice the amount that it can export, if the website is correct.
Okay.
So
yeah.
maybe could that be confirmed, sir? As I think a relevant fact for us to be aware of. So we now move on then, if we may, to you explained in some detail your site allocation strategy, and that there's a number of substations that you could have used potentially, although there was scale of capacity in some. Not sure we defined which ones could cope and which ones couldn't cope, but you settled on Wymondley, and you settled on the 4 kilometres. Now that you couldn't give evidence as to why it was 4, other than that it was what the client had told you. That seems to me to be a very fundamental part of the decision-making progress here. And if I just refer you to Swadlincote, which is CD 188, I believe. I can just read this to you. It says, it's talking about distance.
Mr. Harding, just give us the
Yeah, sure.
paragraph number in.
Oh,
CD
so the
one.
paragraph number is, it's the top of page 4, sir. Top of page 4. It's paragraph 13. And the key point here is it talks about 8 kilometres from the Dracklow facility, which coincides with the maximum cable connection that would be economically viable. And I think my question here, Mr. Hoyle, is this 4 kilometres, or is there here 8 kilometres? Is that just a if you like, a specific of each and every applicant who has his own methodology for deciding how far he would be willing to travel and how far he's willing to dent his profit margins or whatever it may be, because you know, we don't know the profitability, we don't know the anything of that information, so we're at a disadvantage in being able to identify what is a true correct distance.
Yes, I mean, what I would say is, yes, the radius has been determined by the applicant. I mean, yes, they consider that to be the distance which is viable. As you go beyond that, it becomes unviable. But also, as I mentioned, the further you get from the substation, the less viable the scheme becomes. But this aligns with my experience of other similar schemes. This is not a much reduced search area or catchment. You know, it aligns with my experience of other similar schemes.
Okay, but you do accept that clearly there are other views taken on those distances, given that one you've just looked at.
I could just have a moment just to read.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure whether it is saying that, to be honest. I mean, I mean, what it's, if I just read it, it says the agreed point of connection would be into the 132 kV network that crosses the western end of the appeal site and which connects into the major substation at Draco some kilometres from the connection point. So I'm just not entirely sure whether it is actually.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, moving on. Just coming down to your more detailed site selection, whether it's 4 kilometres or a bit further. Did you, for example, start with, as I think it does indicate, you should, the brownfield site register at the district council?
No, as I've explained in chief, just in terms of the site selection process, it followed a methodical approach which looked at areas of solar curtailment followed by available points of connection, suitable points of connection to the grid. So that was the methodology that was applied, and then within it was, and then the search would then focus the search would then focus within those areas, or constraints were applied within those areas, and there's evidently, well, there isn't sufficient brownfield land within that catchment. So no, the starting point wasn't to do that, I'm sure.
Well, okay, maybe not the starting point then, if you wouldn't your word, but at some point, I mean, the indications from are very clear. You should look to use undeveloped or brownfield sites, then you should look to use the lesser land, agricultural land. So at some point, did you review the register and did you look for brownfield sites?
Well, what I would say is that there wouldn't be sufficient brownfield land to deliver a commercial scale solar development of this site. But to answer your question, did we look at the brownfield register? Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay. Okay. Well, I think I would just wish to register that as a concern. And I don't know unless you have looked at that, and if you have looked at the brownfield sites, and I mean, I can think of one down the London Road at Rush Green that would have had everyone in the area cheering if you had used that, and it is very significant as well. So I think you can't say that there isn't one available if you haven't actually gone out and looked at them and reviewed them. I wouldn't have thought.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't disagree, but I would go back to the determining factor is the point of connection to the grid. So
yeah,
availability of brownfield land.
The site I'm talking about is actually I think it's nearer. Yeah, it's over in in your site area. Yeah, site search area. So going on from there, and I know we've talked about this in terms of agriculture, but you have picked within the site in the search area, you have picked the only bit of grade 2 agricultural land. And three, was any other land, I appreciate not by the agricultural expert, but by the team originally, was any other land tested and considered, and any other landowners negotiated with?
Well, I understand that discussions were held with other landowners as to whether suitable land could be available, and that's partly led to the identification of or the promotion of this site.
Okay, but there is no. I mean, having looked at a number of other, a significant number of other sites and a lot of other applications, this seems to be a documented. I mean, this is your document. I appreciate it, but a more full documented process of this is what we went through. This is who we talked to. These are the sites we reviewed, and basically, you're not giving us a single other site. Inside or outside that 4 kilometers that you've actually reviewed?
Well, what I am saying, or what I've shown in evidence, is that within 4 kilometers of that point of connection to the grid, there isn't any other sites outside the greenbelt, and this site is available and deliverable. And that's absolutely key in terms of meeting the absolute immediate and pressing challenge of climate change. This is a deliverable site. If you're asking me, have we considered every alternative site? I haven't got that information. A methodical exercise was undertaken, I do believe. And as I say, I think it's a successful one because it's identified a site which has subsequently been subject to very, very stringent assessments, very stringent, and it's been shown to be acceptable. It's been
shown to be acceptable to the applicant. It's not been shown to be acceptable to many other facets, though, and
the council.
Yeah, yeah, I mean the inspector raised earlier the land just to the north around the next A1M junction, and that seems to me another interesting area that around that and the Baldock bypass, for example. I mean, I just think I want to make the point that this was you sort of gave the impression this was the single only site that could possibly be delivered. I mean, I just don't believe that's the case, and I think you're unfair in indicating that to the inspector, because other options may have stalled, but they could at least have been considered.
Okay, just on that point, I understand that those areas, the areas in question, the areas which are mentioned, are they haven't got suitable connections to the grid. They're too remote from the suitable points of connection to the grid, the major substations. So they wouldn't be suitable for the delivery of a commercial scale solar scheme such as this.
Okay, and they couldn't go into a different substation.
I believe not.
No. Okay. So if I just direct you then to, given this, the issue of the grid connection is being very important, as you're saying, if I just direct you to, I think it's CD 186. See, who was it? 180, 186, I think, which is Sawston, Cambridgeshire.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. So in that case, the planning inspector there, under point 76, acknowledged that a connection to the national grid is an essential site requirement, and the availability of a connection in a part of the network with capacity to accept the output is of assistance to the applicant. The thing went on to say, but it does not bring a public benefit and adds no weight to the planning case for the proposals. So I've got a sneaking feeling you might not agree with that, but that is an inspector's conclusion. What are your views on that?
Well, I don't agree with it, because as I've said in my evidence, I've given that substantial weight. I'm not going to refer back to it, but we discussed it earlier. I've given the points of connection substantial weight. It is a determining factor. It's acknowledged here. Now, whether you were to weigh it into the overall planning balance or not, wouldn't change anything here. You wouldn't have a deliverable scheme. It's so fundamental. You just wouldn't have a scheme. But whether you to weigh it in or not, it wouldn't alter my conclusions, because I don't rely on it. It's in the overall planning balance. But I do think it is an odd one, because without a suitable point of connection, as I say, you haven't got a scheme. So I'm struggling with that one a little bit. I must admit, but it wouldn't change the overall planning balance.
Yeah.
But I do give it weight in my consideration. Okay.
Moving on then, I'm going to move on quickly. Just give me a moment to see where I'm going next. I think that probably completes the comments we can have on the sieving exercise. As far as it was undertaken, was it? Yeah. So we're now going to move on to Greenbelt, and thank you in 4.12 for confirming that you agree the proposed development is inappropriate in Greenbelt. Yes, correct. And that 4.13 that there has to be very exceptional circumstances, or very special circumstances.
Correct.
So I think the key thing to move on to is the openness. Probably the next key point here. Now, the openness, you say, has got a visual and a spatial aspect. And in 4.35, oh no, sorry. So if we just look at 4.2.2, the concept of openness means the state being free from built development. And then you talk about the built development as being actually I'm not sure where that is, but relatively small in mass and volume. Can you really rationalize that for something of 218 acres or 88 hectares in the location it is, surrounded by fencing? I mean, it is, I accept it's not high, but it has that total volume ultimately of the total site, does it not?
Well, it's the type of development. What I'm trying to explain here is, or what the factors I've taken into consideration informing my view is, it's very different to other forms of development. It's not similar to, it's not a residential development or employment development where the massing and the volume of the development is much greater. If you to look at it on plan, as I acknowledge, it covers a large area, but there are, you know, they are fairly, you know, the lightweight frames with the posts. There's the spacing between the panels. You know, when you experience these things, as I'm sure you have, and you stand up close to them, you know, it is surprising just how much ground cover you can see. You aren't covering the entire site with development, and that's the point I'm making spatially. It's about the volume, and that's the point I'm that's the point I make here. Yes.
Okay. You then make in the next point, 4.3.6, you state that the proposed development would not be visible within the settlements of Great Wymley, Little Wymley and Gravely. I think we're going to see when we go on site on Thursday that it simply is not the case. Do you think that is slightly overstating the fact to say that there is no visibility at all?
There may be glimpsed views from some areas, and the inspector will see that. But from the villages themselves, I don't believe there will be views. There'll be views from some footpaths until vegetation becomes established, and there'll be some views from upstairs windows and likes. But from sort of the village, the villages themselves, no, I don't believe it will be visible. I'd have, yeah. So yes, there could be glimpse views, but from the settlements of the village themselves, I don't believe so. No.
Because the conservation area, Great Wymley, does go right down to the to Milksey Cottages and the junction of Priory Lane and Gravely Road, and that's certainly part of the village, and that'd be very visible from there, for example. Anyway, okay. Your solution is that planting will very much deal with the problem over a period of time.
Well, what I'm saying is there's schemes such as this, as you know, there's embedded mitigation, and then there's additional mitigation, and that with the two, those together will reduce the level of impacts. Yeah, and we'll yeah.
Do you see any conflict between the openness, which is one of the key facets of this land, and it is open. It's open when, as you will see when we visit it, and it's also open as defined by the site, those strategic parcels 10 and 14, and subparcel 10C and 14C. Do you see a conflict between that openness and the fact you're going to try actually almost locking in 218 acres of it with hedging, trees, planting in whatever way you can?
No, I don't. No, if we're referring to trees and hedgerows, I think they're a essential intrinsic characteristic of the open countryside. And I often think about this, and no, I just don't believe it does. By gapping up hedgerows, I just don't think it has any impact on openness. No, it's open. It's about open and built development. So I don't think by planting a hedge or putting some woodland belts in would reduce openness. It's sort of similar to saying, if you were to plant a field full of maize or sort of maize across a field, would that reduce openness because you can't see through it?
Yeah.
I don't think it would.
Yeah. The definition of temporary is rather more significant there, isn't it, though? Temporary for a season.
Yes, but I come back to it's open from built development. I don't believe that planting a hedge or establishing some woodland belts would impact on openness. That's my view. It's my professional view.
This was going to pick up a point on that. Right. I can't find a particular reference I was looking for there, but so we move on. Whoops, to so purposes of the green belt. If you going at 4.3.10, I think we won't spend time on Mr. Griffiths and Mr. Robinson's discussion on the principle of the London, the first purpose being related to London. But suffice it to say, on my left, that view is still strongly held. The key here really is purposes 2 and 3. I think we agree on, don't we? That's they're the key purposes that you have discussed: the preventing the neighbouring towns merging and to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment.
Yes, I think it's appropriate to consider all 5 purposes.
Well, okay. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I've discounted the last 2 as not being relevant.
Yeah, that's right. So now we've talked about the other solar farm that could be an application coming through. We've talked about in various presentations the number of houses that are going to be built in the area. How much are you concerned that the scale of this solar farm, which is I think more than a kilometre from one end to another, impinges on the gaps that we're left with? And how far is there between Stevenage and Hitchin and Stevenage and Letchworth, for example? And how much of this does this scheme take up?
Well, I don't believe that this scheme would have any conflicts at all with preventing neighbouring towns from merging into one another. It's not connected to the towns. It's a different form of development. As I've explained, spatially, in terms of the massing and the low form. I cannot see any conflict whatsoever, or any reduction in terms of the contribution that this site makes to that purpose of the Greenbelt. The site within the wider area as well. So not just looking at the site. I don't see any conflict.
But you do acknowledge its development, and it's therefore a large scale of development in a small area of greenbelt between towns, which breaks up the openness and the essential task.
I
fulfills.
agree it's development, and I have concluded moderate harm to the greenbelt overall. What I do not conclude is that it would result in neighbouring towns merging or would act against the purpose of preventing neighbouring towns from merging into one another.
Okay. I suppose it really comes down to a definition of whether you consider this an element of sprawl in itself.
I don't believe it's sprawl in relation to a large built-up area. So as per the first purpose, I do accept it will result in some encroachment into the countryside. And I cover that in evidence, but I believe it's limited.
Okay, well, we'll see what we feel about that on Thursday. I'm going to move on because I'm very conscious we're getting very tight on time. So I'll move on from finish on Greenbelt. I think the other issue we probably don't agree on is this one of permanence. And as you know, and I've already quoted on other occasions, there is significant other inspectors' decisions that have indicated that at 40 years, that is generational, and should its temporary nature should therefore only be given very low level of weight. I mean, do you accept that it is a very long time and therefore that has to be factored in?
I do not rely on the temporary nature of the development to reduce harm to an acceptable level. What I am saying is that it is a temporary consent, is a temporary development. So in terms of the second limb of paragraph 137, there is it wouldn't impact on the characteristics of the greenbelt insofar as their permanence. It's temporary development. I accept it's 40 years, but it's temporary development. It will, at the end of that 40 years, it will be removed and the land will be reinstated, unless there's a subsequent grant of planning permission. But I don't think that's for us to discuss today. That will be considered on its merits at that point in time. But it's a temporary development.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. Yeah, it's the definition of the length of time that has been questioned.
Yeah, I accept that. But as I say, I don't rely on the temporary nature to reduce the level of harm.
No. Okay. I think I am going to do, as given that we've only got about 5 minutes, I'm going to do as Mr. Hardy did and accept that you're picking up the various thoughts on other harm from others, and we'll scoot over those, and then really just bring us back to, I think at the end, the development plans, and the particularly this 5.2.9, and this brings us back to this point on landscaping again, under the development plan. This is the Arlesey to Great Wymondley landscape area, which is very large and extends beyond the county boundary. Although it's described as having low landscape value, surely this is because of some of the influences which you described found around the edges, such as the motorway. What matters surely is the characteristics of the landscape in and around the site, which led to, of course, the significant description in the Greenbelt zones 10C and 14F. Would you accept that position?
Well, I've found that the proposed development would not adversely affect the sensitive characteristics of the landscape. And I do deal with, I do in my evidence, I do conclude or form a view that the proposed development, I acknowledge the significant contribution that the site has been identified, or the land, the parcel land has been deemed to make to the purposes of the Greenbelt, and I conclude that this development would in no way detract from that. It would in no way reduce the significant role that the site performs, or the area performs, the parcel land performs.
Okay. And finally, just on 5.2.22, the neighbourhood plan. You do seem to infer that the neighbourhood plan is no longer a material consideration, but it is part of the development plan, and it was formalised back in 2018. I would hope that it should be given some weight in your considerations.
It has. I'm not saying it doesn't form part of the development plan or it's not a consideration. It's just the point I was making where a local plan has been adopted subsequently, and if there's any conflict, the differences between the policy and the neighbourhood plan, what's in the local plan, then the policies of the local plan, it'll take precedence. But I'm not. I'm to be clear, the Wymondley neighbourhood plan forms part of the development plan.
Thank you. It's a sensitive matter in the village, in the parish, as you'll probably appreciate. I think they spent 15,000 putting it together, which amongst other things means that they couldn't afford anybody better than me to do this job today. So, well, that's because I'm free. It is an important document for us. Right. On that note, I finished. Is that the end of it? Yeah. On that note, I'll finish because we are coming up to almost 4 o'clock, and just to round up. Thank you very much. Bit rushed, but time presses.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Ms. Daly, is it 4 o'clock out of here, or have we got? I have a few questions, you see.
I think there's a bit more flexibility than that. I don't think another meeting's about to arrive in 5 minutes time.
I'd like to avoid Mr. Hoyle being unable to talk to his team overnight if possible.
I understand. As you'll see, Mr. Greaves is not in the room at the moment, so I'm not able to confirm that, but I don't understand the position to be that.
Should we carry on until we're
thrown out?
Right. Like Mr. Harding, Mr. Hoyle, I've tried to narrow it down to save time. Let's see where. Check my references. Some questions about the site selection exercise, and I think your appendix is the constraints plan, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's yeah.
And you've got various things: greenbelt, woodland, flood zones, and so on.
Yes.
Was agricultural land quality taken into account as well?
Not as part of this exercise, no.
Why not?
Because the determining factor was the distance from the connection to the grid, So yeah, so only land within that 4 kilometres was considered. It wasn't, yeah, it isn't included as a precluding factor. It is a factor as part of the overall planning balance, I accept. But it wasn't deemed to be a precluding factor for inclusion in the site search exercise. I think it is also difficult as well, I mean, in regard to the evidence which has been presented to this inquiry thus far as well, is using the land classification of the agricultural classification maps really to they only provide a fairly high level, and
Yes.
you'd have to do the detailed assessments to get the the detailed conclusive position on it.
I just want to clarify the position concerning the substations that you were taken to earlier in chief, and I've got CD2 open, which is the planning statement, and I'm on pages 86 and 87. And the substations are listed at paragraphs 5472 and 5473.
Yes.
And just want to understand the relationship between those substations and the areas on figure 5.2. I know. On figure 5.2, there's only 2 areas of solar curtailment that are shown, aren't there? The green and the amber aren't shown. They don't apply within the district, as I understand it. It's the red and the yellow that do.
Yes. Yeah.
So using that 4 kilometre radius that you've drawn around the various substations, am I right in thinking that if there's a yellow area within the 4 kilometre radius, that there's capacity at the substation?
Sorry, sir. Can you ask me you just ask me
Yeah.
the question again?
Certainly, yeah. If there is a yellow solar curtailment area within the 4 kilometre radius of a substation,
yeah,
does that indicate that then there's capacity for connection? For example, if we look at figure 5.2 and go to the northeast of the district,
yeah,
there's a substation which I think is called, small print, but I think it's Reed Primary.
yeah, I understand the
And
question.
a large part of that radius is shown yellow.
Yeah, I understand the question now, sir.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Is the answer? The solar curtailment is a sort of heat map. It's a high level.
Right.
Study, so it shows theoretical potential capacity. What you need then the next stage is to look at the actual capacity
Right.
at the substations, and Reed Primary is too small. It couldn't. It wouldn't.
Okay, well let's just go back to that. But you just said, I've gone back now to to read primary in 5472. He said read, which is the one I gave you as an example, was too small, but in 5472, 6 are listed at the end of the paragraph, and it says all 6 are identified as having capacity. Does that mean capacity in general or capacity in relation to this scheme?
My understanding is that that substation doesn't have capacity.
But
to
the
accommodate.
document in front of me says it does. It says the following substations are identified as having capacity, and it lists 6, of which the 4th is Reed.
Yes, it does say that, sir. Yes. It does say that. Yes, the information I have been provided with suggests something other.
I mean, I appreciate there may be other factors, and you've talked about good connection and distances and so on, but putting those to one side, would they be able to take the export from a proposal of this size? That's what I want to know.
I understand not. I understand it. They aren't capable.
None of those in 5472.
I can't say none of them. No, my discussions have been centred around the Reed primary. I think there are other constraining factors with certainly with some of the other substations that I'm aware of, such as Hitchin, which is in the urban areas where it wouldn't be, or it's deemed not to be viable to lay cables. You know, the disruption it will cause through towns. But in terms of capacity, sir, I was referring to Reed primary.
Well, I'm unsure now about what the planning statement's telling me, because the evidence I'm hearing from today seems to conflict with that paragraph. And if there's uncertainty with regard to Reed primary, what's the position with the other 5?
Yes, it's quite possible, sir, that the situation has evolved since the planning application was prepared, and you know there may have been.
But the evidence in your proof relies on this document, as I understand it, because you refer back to the site selection exercise which was done at this stage.
Yes, yeah. Yes, I'm yeah.
Mr. Hardy, I think you want to come in.
Well, I do, just in the sense that there's got to be the evidence. Obviously, Mr. Hardy is giving his evidence, and he needs to be questioned on that. But I also want there to be accurate information before you and the Secretary of State. Yes, exactly. And I wonder whether or not Mr. Colley is the client. And I'm not going to say whether Mr. Hall's evidence is entirely correct or not, or full. It may be in relation to his knowledge, but I wonder whether a note in relation to that point will help. I obviously don't want to give evidence, but there is a difference between general capacity at Reed primary and capacity that's capable of accepting this scheme. Those are the points that you were making about general capacity and capacity for this proposal.
We're just trying to understand the approach which has been taken.
Yes, exactly. I think the point very simply is that you can have capacity at one of some of these smaller substations, but that might not be capacity that's suitable for this proposal.
Yeah, I understand that. At the moment, I don't think it's clear, because it doesn't go on to say that.
Yes,
in the planning statement.
I agree. So what I'm wondering is, would a note on that help you, or help the Secretary of State?
I think possibly. I think. Should you say it's Mr. Colley?
Collier, yes.
Mr. Collier, sorry, yeah. Possibly a note, but I think I would also like the opportunity for Mr. Collier, if he's preparing a note, to take the stand and answer questions.
He's been here all week. Oh,
Yes,
well,
I know.
so that's fine. It won't take very long on that single issue. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And there may well be questions from Jog as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking that would deal with the other questions. Certainly that's one area. And there's a point made, 5.2. And I wanted to ask Mr. Hoyle about their relationship to the substations, but I don't know if that's mainly, again, more for Mr. Collier. And something that Mr. Hoyle touched on may also be a point for Mr. Collier, because it was, I think, in document CD2, there's reference to the area to the northwest of Hitchin. It being, what the difficulty with it being close to the urban area, that creates an apparent additional difficulty in providing facility. I would like to know something about that. So I've got one other question for you, Mr. Hoyle. This is from your proof rather than from CD2. At least I think it is. Although again, I don't know whether it's reliant on the client. You mentioned several times the importance of availability and deliverability. And in 3.3.2 on page 5, which you were asked about in chief, you refer to the offer to connect to the grid at Wymondley. Were requests made to connect the grid to the grid elsewhere? Was that investigated? Is that something that's, it's within your knowledge?
It's not, sir. No, I think that's probably a question for Mr. Collier.
And I was also going to ask, I think Mr. Harding may have asked you this, and again, it may be for Mr. Collier, whether there was any specific investigation of other sites. So
I'm aware that an exercise was undertaken to approach landowners within the 4 kilometre area. So a land consultant was employed to
is that within 4 kilometres of Wymondley?
Yes, yeah. Was undertaken, was commissioned to undertake that exercise. So I'm advised that discussions were held. I can't provide the specifics on that.
Right, but only in relation to the Wymondley substation.
That's what I believe, sir, yes.
Okay. Right, well, if those points can be picked up, Mr. Hardy, by your additional witness. Just one additional further question, then I think, Mr. Hoyle. Page 19, and paragraph 4.4.33. When you say the proposed development would make a significant contribution towards decarbonising the energy sector,
Mm.
I just wondered if you could give me some context for its contribution in terms of what are you relating it to? The North Hearts, a wider area?
No, the wider area generally, yes, the contribution made by renewables. Yeah, yeah, more generally.
Beyond North Hearts. Is that right?
That's correct.
So is this in the context then of the government's overall target?
It is, yes, yeah.
And the size of this proposal is significant in national terms. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not an NSIP. No, it's not that's not what I'm saying. It makes a significant contribution. I'm not saying it's a nationally significant infrastructure project. I'm saying it makes a significant contribution, sir. Yes.
Okay. I think that's probably as far as I can take it, Mr. Hoyle, with you. On leaving aside the points that are gone with Mr. Collier, Mr. Hardy, do you want to re-examine?
Was just one matter in relation to approach to alternative sites. So you're taken to one decision. CD 121, do you want to just go there? So that's the volume 8. Oh,
Just give me that again, please.
folder 8, and it's CD 121.
CD 121, thank you.
Yes, I'm there.
So it's treatment. This is the Scruton decision. It's of course, it's not binding and all the usual caveats, but alternative sites under paragraph 27. So the inspector concluded that I've not been provided with any evidence that indicates that there's any national and local policy requirement to carry out an assessment of alternative sites for solar farm development. So just stopping there, are you aware of any?
No.
Nevertheless, the appellant provided a sequential assessment. This concluded there were no sequentially preferable sites in the area. Moreover, the council has not put forward any brownfield or lower grade alternative sites. It was suggested that the area of search in the assessment could have been wider, and it should have considered more than just a Leaving Bar substation. To this end, the parish council drew my attention to some other appeal decisions where a more substantial catchment area was required. However, given the proposal is seeking to use the spare grid capacity at this substation, and bearing in mind the limited opportunities that currently exist for grid connections nationally, I consider it is in this case justified to only consider sites within an area that could also make use of this capacity rather than capacity that may exist at other substations elsewhere. In addition, from the technical considerations set out by the appellant at the hearing regarding how connections to the substation need to be made, I consider that the area of search utilised in the appellant's assessment is reasonable. Now, it's an approach from the inspector. What I want to understand from you in terms of planning and how solar farms work, are all the factors that one would look at of the same weight, or are there some which are more important? So is substation the same weighting as, I don't know, soil quality or other factors, or is there in your mind a differential weighting when you are looking to locate a solar scheme?
Yes, well, the connection to the grid is the determining factor. Without an appropriate connection to the grid, the scheme can't be delivered. So it's a very, very important consideration indeed.
You see, you hear some people say, well, look, developments are footloose, you can put them anywhere, the sun shines anywhere, that sort of approach. But if we're going to concentrate on getting solar farms built, is that your view? Is that your view, or is it a footloose form of development, or are there some anchor points that need to be taken into account?
Yeah, the schemes need to be deliverable. If we're going to deliver these schemes to provide the really vital contribution to increase the amount of renewables to address the challenge of climate change and the challenges of energy security, then they need to be deliverable. They need to be deliverable now or in the short term. So it's connection to the grid is the determining factor. It's really important.
All right, that's the one topic I want to do, and then we'll pick up with Mr. Collier on the technical capacity issues in relation to the Wymondley substation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyle, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you.
Right, we've got to be as quick as we can now, but just in terms of where we go next, I think we should go straight on to ecology, first of all, tomorrow. The witnesses will be expecting that, and that will allow time for Mr. Collier to get his note prepared. So my intention would be to hear Mrs. Hamilton and then Mr. Firm in that order tomorrow. And then if Mr. Collier is ready, we'd go on with him.
I'll make sure that he's ready. I think we'd also got a further discussion in relation to
We have
conditions.
conditions. We could, if needs be, we can deal with that.
Time that what I was going to say was I had a look at the conditions again following the discussion on Friday. So they've been circulated. I think they've also gone to the case officer.
Yes, this is revision 2.
Revision 2.
Yes.
So I built it.
Yes, I have those.
I built in all the changes that we were discussing.
Yes.
Now, that's not to say there aren't some final ones, but
Yes.
they are looking pretty close to me to where I think they would need to
Okay.
be. So I'm not expecting that session to take very long.
Right, good. Well, yeah, well, hopefully we will be back on track by the end of tomorrow. Do you think, just to cover things, we need a slightly earlier start tomorrow?
I'd be happy.
I don't want to cause inconvenience
Okay.
to anybody, and I'm conscious that, you know, everybody's busy in the evenings as well.
At 9:30 would suit us if that was.
Mr. Harding, I'm conscious that you've also got another task in terms of responding to the drainage and transport notes as well.
Yes, I appreciate I have a few tasks. I'm sure I can cope with that. I just will message Mrs. Hamilton and make sure she's available at 9:30 because she's departed at the moment. So, but yeah, I assume she could do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, on that basis, we'll adjourn now, resume at 9:30 and move on to ecology. Thank you.
Thank you.